Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Tuesday, jumping into the charts here, we have a massive gap up session in the indices today on the back of Israel and Iran peace. So that's obviously going to be quite bullish for the overall market. If we jump into the S&P 500 here, it looks like SPY is going to be charging for new all-time highs. So this little nice bounce off of the daily 20 moving average is boding well for stocks. Just so happened that the piece happened right as the index was testing that major moving average. So I do like to see that. If we look, crude oil's getting hit yet again, down 2.31%. This is getting very, very interesting. I'd love to see crude retest this downsloping trend line, sitting around 63.18 for a potential buy. But that's a nasty drop on crude. Obviously, the Russell futures are up. SPX is piercing these previous pivot highs. NQ also piercing these previous pivot highs. Look at the NQ futures chart, almost at all-time highs. Obviously, SPY is trading just below all-time highs. QQQ also trading. I don't know why that's messed up there. NDX should be gapping up as well. So we are in an environment where SPY can likely test and break and sweep these high pivot liquidities. Don't be surprised if this market wants to potentially even rip all the way into double top this week. That's what we were saying down here. We wouldn't be surprised if we can test all-time highs this week. Another factor that's helping this market go higher. Look at gold, guys. The fear is being sucked out of the market. So less fear means more liquidity for risk assets. That is definitely a big down move in gold. Bitcoin had a phenomenal bounce and recovery. We've recaptured the 7, very bullish. We're now testing the 20. I think we get through that. At the minimum, we're probably heading back to this little upside parallel channel, which puts BTC around 108. And then again, I have a spike higher move on my other BTC chart around 114. So that's looking very, very good right now. Yields right now are mixed across the board. You're getting some positive price action in the 10-year yield, 20-year yield, 30-year yield. 2-year yield is down though. So that spread is widening right now. It's trading down by about 0.74. Microsoft's up by about 0.5%. nvidia up by about 0.92. Apple up by 1.14. Google's bouncing nicely, 1.38%. Amazon up about 1.8%. Meta up by 0.8%. Tesla continuing to surge. Semiconductors are very, very strong as well. Take a peek at natural gas. Natural gas collapsing last night all the way through, almost filling that gap. So that's on watch for a day trade today into this gap fill. That would also be a secondary swing level. So it's a little bit tougher to find day trade setups today, especially with the market gapping up, but we'll scroll through some charts and look through some potential opportunities. Let's quickly discuss some of the mag names. So Apple testing right into the upper boundary wedge pattern. This is certainly an area of interest because this could be a much larger breakout for Apple. We'll keep that name on watch. Microsoft still continuously putting in new all-time highs. Definitely looks like more of a short. Potential scalp short. But it's just been a relentless grind to the upside. Let's look at nvidia. Nvidia is probably going to rip with semiconductors today. I do expect nvidia is going to retest and try to sweep these high pivots. So that one actually might be a bit of a long opportunity on nvidia. There might be some upside bias to potentially trade into the 147 handle today. We'll keep that on watch. Google trying to recapture some key bullish levels. I still think that it's going to be defended off of this little bit of a longer term support trend line. 2023 support trend line. Look at Meta. Meta's continuing to grind higher. I do suspect Meta's going to try to charge for its gap fill. Not today, but we'll see. It's certainly stranger things can happen. I mean, there's a chance that it might charge for its gap today. That would be an epic rally. Amazon's back inside of its upsloping wedge pattern, so it likely is going to push back to the high of the session. Good morning, Ryan. Let's quickly take a peek at Tesla and we'll look at some of the individual tickers that you guys are mentioning. So again, Tesla, it has to be noted that we have broken out of an inverse head and shoulders on this hourly chart pattern. You can also see it on the 4-hour chart. So this gives us upside momentum, much higher in the near term, testing just at around that 400 level. So call it 408. So again, Tesla's one that has broken out constructively, but remember it's a little bit more overbought intraday. However, it did have really decent consolidation yesterday. And you can maybe see this 5-minute chart bullish pattern that has triggered another mini inverse head and shoulders intraday. So this is one that we could potentially try to chase on the long side again. Unlike a lot of stocks intraday yesterday that just pumped with the S&P, Tesla never ever really breached its previous morning highs when, even though the S&P was ripping and roaring, it still went through consolidation. So this one has consolidated intraday, which does kind of give it a little bit more room to run to the upside. So just based off of this little inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute for Tesla, we could see a move to about 363. That could easily happen today. So 363 on Tesla is on watch. That's for certain. And maybe that wants to sweep this high pivot. I'll mark that high to a T. Right, so Tesla is on watch for a bit of a potential long. So we discussed that. That is actually a very, very bullish chart. You know, you look at names like Meta, they didn't have as much consolidation, gapping up huge. Apple had a decent amount of consolidation, a nice sloppy inverse head and shoulders as well on Apple intraday. So that's clearly obvious. Let's see what the upside potential is off of this Apple pattern. Around 205, okay. Google really didn't create enough of a right shoulder. So maybe it wants to come down a little bit. So maybe you see Google come down, create a right shoulder, and then a continuation move. That would give us a nice little, again, rounding formation. So we'll watch Google. All right, let's look at BBAI for Ryan. So yeah, it looks like BBAI is going to test its first little resistance zone right into this little trend line. Call it 434, so another 10-cent upside move and before it hits some minor resistance. And then if you get through that zone, I mean, you're pretty much off to the races here. So yeah, BBAI, if you break through this downsloping trend line, then you're looking at a move over $5. Not just looking at TDOC, Teladoc. Yeah, Teladoc very strong. I mean, another gap up. You are testing some pretty decent resistance here. So this is an important area because you bounced once here in September, bounced again, held. Then this was your big breakdown zone. You can see this wide range red bar volume where you tried having a dead cat bounce and then a big sell off. So this is some minor resistance. It's going to take a little bit to get through. I would wait for some consolidation. I mean, you've really had no consolidation on the hourly chart since moving up here. So you're almost looking at a 25% rally right into resistance, no consolidation. There's no bull flag even. I mean, 5-minute chart, you had a little minor back test there, but you're gapping up now. So you can buy the first potential pullback, testing maybe 807 if you're wanting to play TDOC. In terms of the daily chart, it is looking strong. You're breaking out of the spacing formation. So again, Teladoc Growth shares rose 10.9% after Citron Research highlighted growth potential, noting that integrated BetterHelp into employer health benefits could boost user retention. I mean, it's not the most bullish headline. I guess it's a little bit of a pump. This name scares me. I have traded it a lot, and often big moves always get sold into a TDOC. But there's certainly a bit of momentum behind it today. Ryan's asking how to tell if something's overbought. Well, you just look at how stretched it is from key moving averages. You can use intraday RSI just to give you a sense. It doesn't mean it's going to collapse. The RSI is very tricky. You have to know how to use RSI. Often people just think something's overbought, it's going to go down, but something can keep grinding higher and higher and higher. Got to look for bearish divergence, but it's really coming down to standard deviation moves, There's indicators that you can use for standard deviation. You can just simply tell if something's gone straight up in a straight line, very quick, stretched away from the 7-day, even the 20-day. All right, let's scroll through some other charts here. Let's look at AI. So AI is gapping up today, 2390 on the daily chart. This should try to recapture above this weekly candle, this 2477. Let's look at CRCL. CRCL coming down. So notice that this high spec name is under quite a bit of pressure today, despite the market ripping and roaring. Kind of interesting. Let's look at AMD. AMD is again pushing to the upside. Ryan saying AMD call. Yeah, I mean, that could work out for sure. You know, every time you keep seeing sellers in this vicinity, you keep pushing higher and higher. There's certainly a potential for AMD calls. Let's see where we're heading into. So it looks like AMD is going to want to test this 140 zone, 141. Yeah, I do see the inverse head and shoulders on the daily, right? Sarfar's thinking 140 should be done by this week. Yeah, potentially. It absolutely could, right? A little stretched on the daily from the key moving average, but let's see if we can create not a bad amount of consolidation on the hourly chart. And again, you are making higher highs, so you could probably buy the next higher low pullback. See the inverse. But your next major resistance is going to be around this 141 zone. That's your 50% fib retrace. So that's probably where we're going to run into a bit of sell side pressure. 141, 142 on AMD, but it is strong. It's looking very, very strong. That's for sure. So our Jets calls are almost in the money. That's a nice strong gap up on airlines again. Anyone holding AAL, that's already in the money. $11.15 AAL, $11 calls. But a lot of strength across airlines with oil absolutely getting crushed today. Marvell is trying to bounce today as well. That's another name that's backtesting some 7-day moving averages. It's resetting some key indicators. Steel stock's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. I'm still very bullish FedEx. This is a long-term investment opportunity as well as a beautiful swing trade. We're riding 240 calls, which are moving up nicely, but a beautiful inverse head and shoulders. Seeing NCLH bounce off of key support yet again. That's good to see. Oracle's still strong. Let's look at block here, XYZ. This one has had beautiful amount of consolidation on the daily. I think I might actually look for a day trade in this name as well. You've had a nice amount of consolidation. There's also a little inverse head and shoulders that's trying to break out and trigger on the hourly chart here. So XYZ looks absolutely phenomenal for a day trade potential. I think that we can trade it today into its gap here. We're looking at about almost 65, just below 65 bucks. So I might trade this one on the long side. I'm already long these September calls. And I have been bullish on this name, but it's gone through quite a nice amount of consolidation. Like it. What else we got going on here? Let's keep scrolling through. Yeah, cancel that gold long order for sure. Absolutely cancel that gold order. Look at Hood and Hims. So Robinhood, again, not really my favorite chart. Still into a ton of resistance. Up here, you are seeing some signs of distribution. You got some negative divergences on the RSI. Still into a lot of weekly resistance here. You're trading almost into this previous high pivot zone here. But it's got some distribution happening under the hoods. It's not my favorite setup. The move, a large move has already been priced in Hood here. Let's look at Hims. Hims obviously got absolutely slaughtered yesterday. Another name that's oversold, sure, intraday, but it still has room to fall in the daily. More room to fall in the weekly. Where I think that this could be a scalp opportunity on the long side. I mean, really, 40.63. I don't trust Hims. Hims just had some terrible, terrible news. This thing should go lower. You know, sure, maybe you can get a bounce on the 15-minute chart, but I would wait for this day trade target. Ryan, if it gets into this 40.61 zone today, let me know. Let me know. Again, it's a tough one to also short. It's kind of a no touch for me because you had such a big downward move that, I mean, you know, 34% drop, you could easily get a 5-7% bounce, right? So it's a tough name, right? I think it goes lower in the grand scheme of things. I would really only look to short it. Let's see. Yeah, either if you break this low on Hims, look to short it, keep a tight stop loss, and you could short it down to 40.61. That's where I'd take a stab on a potential day trade bounce. But if you were to sweep these high pivots 44, that could be definitely a short as well. All right, so how I'm playing SPY today. All right, so we are writing 601 calls with members, which are deep in the money, as seen here. And again, that was an alert that we issued out on Friday. So writing 601 SPY calls, which are already in the money. And we bought them down here at the lows. So a nice reversal to the upside. And we got till July 3rd on those calls. Entry was 458. So I really want to see SPY try to sweep these highs today. You can see the resistance on the daily chart that it's trading into, but I do want to see SPY sweep this liquidity zone up here. Sweep highs. So if the S&P 500 sweeps these highs, guys, I'm going to look to trim some of my calls. I'll sell half, move stop to break even. So my SPY calls, 601 calls, if we sweep these highs, then I'm going to look to sell half, move stop to break even. but I do think that we're likely pushing back up to the high side of this wedge pattern. So it could be 610, 611, 612, and then obviously my upside target, major confluence zone 625, and then potentially even higher from there into year end. About 650, 660 on SPY we could tap by year end. But you can even argue that there's an inverse head and shoulders on SPY right now on the 15. Let's see what upside target this gives us. So yeah, you can see we're going to try to sweep those liquidity high pivots today. I think that's a strong chance, guys. So target on SPY today is around 606, maybe a pierce of 607. All right, let's see some of the market movers today. What do we got? Let's see if anything's piquing my interest. Yeah, so quite a bit of volume on TDOC, Teladoc we discussed. Let's look at Lyft. Lyft is gapping up phenomenally well. Look at that nice little falling wedge pattern breakout on Lyft. That's strong. That's very, very strong. I mean, naturally, it looks like Lyft wants to retest these high pivots. If this bull flag were to continue to break out, yeah, we could easily see 19 bucks. Upside potential 22. Very interesting. Let's keep scrolling through here. If there's any tickers you guys want to take a peek at, now's the time. We're just doing a little bit of a pre-market scan. So far, AMD looks like a good setup to buy on pullbacks. So does Tesla. Tesla looks like a strong setup to buy on pullbacks. We do have a bit of economic data at 10. We have the consumer confidence at 10 a.m. Fed Chair Powell's also testifying at 10 a.m. Two-year note auction at 12. Vice Chair Barr at 4. So realistically, it's only consumer confidence and Powell at 10 o'clock. Let's look at AAP. It's coming down a little bit. Let's look at some of these energy names that we faded yesterday. Look at XOM, guys, just continuously melting down. Wow. Extraordinary. A breakout sector getting absolutely slaughtered. VLO looking like it's coming down. We thread the needle on those positions, that's for sure. RTX should come lower. Let's look at uranium, URA. That's trying to hold steady. Let's look at Oklo. Oklo holding steady. SMR. It's also holding steady. Look at AISP. AISP saw that nasty reversal. This is still a chart that I think is going to grind itself up higher and higher as we break out of this bull flag structure. But looking fairly interesting on AISP. You as well, very strong. Palantir. Palantir struggling here. Let's look at ticker Wolf. A lot of pips on deck is saying BTC and ETH shorts. We touched base on BTC a little bit. I don't think to short this yet. This is a huge. So what just transpired here, guys, on BTC? Let's thicken up this trend line. This trend line was your major support. BTC just had a failed bearish breakdown. So from failed bearish moves come big bullish moves. Right now we're just trading into no man's land. There's some minor resistance here on the 20, so people are scalping it short, back and forth minor, but look at that tight consolidation. BTC wants to break out and push higher today. I think that if the market remains firm here, BTC is going to push higher. I have a target on BTC minimum up to this 109 level. And then I do have a new all-time high spike approaching on BTC. So I would not short Bitcoin here. It's looking too strong. That's for sure. And you had a target down here on watch, which failed. Big bullish engulfing candle. And some nice consolidation occurring. Let's look at ETH. ETH is a little not as strong as Bitcoin. ETH is actually one that chart pattern isn't looking as bullish. You can see ETH is just retracing back to the area of breakdown. So this has got a little bit more work to do in comparison to Bitcoin. And notice how ETH is really only testing its 7-day moving average as opposed to BTC is already testing the 20. So there's much more relative strength in Bitcoin as opposed to Ethereum. China stocks right now, they're looking strong. Biotech looking strong as well. Scroll through these names here. Just looking at some of the high volume names. Let's look at Trump's ticker, DJT. Interesting area here for DJT. It's an aggressive zone and a completely speculative trade, but interesting. What else we got going on? Let's look at Lucid. Not too much I'm liking there on that name. Let's look at Broadcom, AVGO. Nothing really there. And it's tough to chase day trades off of gap ups. Realistically, the best plan is to find some tickers that are trading above prior day high yet from yesterday. And the best opportunity is to buy the pullback into prior day high. So looking for something that is potentially outperforming the indices at this point, which obviously a name like Tesla, AMD are. And buying the first pullback is probably going to be the entry to do in this market tape. Not really seeing much else to do. You know, oil, I would be interested if it dipped back lower. Bit of breakdown occurring in oil. Thanks Mark, for the Billy looking at coin. Take a peek at coin. Yeah, it's clear as day. Massive for sure. It is massive for sure. So if coin can get through this little resistance level, then you should have a move up to about 325. Obviously, coins been bullish because of CRCL circle, and now it's got Bitcoin kind of taking leadership. So it could be an interesting long for sure. There's a nice 15-minute head and shoulders breakout intraday here. So this is another name that aggressive buy would be retesting prior day high, buying that as a long. That certainly could move. Not a bad area. Not a bad area for sure. I do suspect coin to probably push up. You just got to keep your eye slightly on CRCL because it is going through some distribution right now. So that's the only aspect of what could weigh on coin right now is CRCL, right? So CRCL has got kind of the opposite move. You have a head and shoulders pattern that it's actually still holding on prior day high, but if you lose prior day high, I mean you're going back down to this low, prior day low. Let's look at Carvana again. Carvana doing well. I think Carvana is going to push up to about 330 something. Let's look at CCL here. Again, CCL gapping up nicely, continuing. Cruise stocks are doing well. Let's look at DraftKings again. DraftKings just continuing to grind higher. Wow. DDOG. That's pushing higher. Let's look at Enphase. Enphase again is intriguing to me, but I want to see it sweep this low and then I'd consider it even for a swing trade. Let's look at some healthcare names. CVS, that's not doing too much. How's Celsius doing today? Yeah, a little bit of a gap up there. Let's look at BABA, BABA. Let's look at UNH. Ryan asking, is UNH ever going to get back up? Yeah, I mean, it needs some medical attention for sure. You know, I had a UNH going a little bit lower, but it's trying. It's consolidating, right? Shaking out some weak hands. I don't know. So many people are loading long here. It's tempting because from a fundamental standpoint, the valuation makes a lot of sense from a fundamental standpoint. I think over the 2-year time frame, you easily got a potential double here. Volume is starting to lighten up, that's for sure. But just something about this name. I don't know what they got cooking, but the technicals are telling me that we're going to make one more low and try to sweep this low. I'd be an absolute buyer down there, and I'd love to see it flush, but it's struggling here. You know, it's stronger today, gapping up, but it's really, really struggling. You know, I think that we need to shake out some more weak hands here and sweep this 250, 249 pivot. But no doubt there's a lot of support here. No doubt. And you do have a lot of long-term buying occurring in this name. Even insiders are trying to buy here. So again, from a time standpoint, 16 to 24 months out, you're golden. But in terms of just a trade, I don't know. I'm seeing one more little dip on UNH. That daily RSI, you hit that oversold point here on the daily chart. Nice bounce. But you don't have any real positive divergence here. And typically a stock that's had a big catastrophic fall and you're forming this basing formation down here, you typically want to see a positive divergence. This looks like the RSI should fall, create a lower low in price, but a higher low in the RSI. We'll see if that wants to happen. All right, let's look at SoFi. SoFi is actually a constructive chart, not too overbought. It's just been grinding higher and higher, steady, steady, steady. So looking quite interesting for SoFi. Man, this market is just running away right now. Running away. Setting up for SPY here. So realistically, what I'm looking at today, guys, is I'm taking some profits on some SPY calls. Again, we just keep pushing here on SPY. You're getting really, really into this area here. We're looking for a high sweep. Yeah, WTI dying further. Absolutely. Yeah, it absolutely is. That's beautiful. That's really stunning. I like that a lot. So that's what's pushing these markets even higher as crude oil continues to fall here. Look at this downsloping trend line on crude. So you have two levels of support on crude oil here. So that's what crude's back testing right now, this first initial support, but I like it at the second one as a bit of a potential balance trade. And again, remember, this is now falling on news. So I like crude oil right into the 63.10 zone. It's a 618 fib zone, a nice potential 3-bar surge on the daily. Even it could be a 2-bar surge. I mean, that would still be epically nasty sell. But around 63, backtesting the breakout zone. That would be the area of opportunity for me. But massive move in the equity markets. Massive move. And we've been bullish. We've been accumulating longs. We took some nice shorts off the table. Yesterday, on the dip, we bought a whole bunch of stocks on Friday. Yep, J Powell today at 10 a.m. Thank you, Anonymous. So again, so what I'm looking to do, guys, I want to see SPY do a liquidity sweep of these highs. Let me just tighten in this trend line here. So sweep of this high pivot on SPY, and I'm looking to sell half of my 601 calls in the money. I do have an upside target on SPY around 606.50 is where I think this inverse head and shoulders can go. What I'm looking for today in terms of day trade longs, and again, I'm going to be patient because gap ups are notoriously hard to trade for traders who just try to chase on the long side. But what you want to look for is stocks that are trading above their prior day highs, name like Tesla, and you often can buy the first little pullback into support. So a name like Tesla, which is breaking out of a little bit of a 5-minute inverse head and shoulders after it's all consolidation. The first back test would be around 351, back to that trend line. A name like AMD also gapping up, holding above prior day high. The first area that I would look to buy is around 131.75, back test. You know, nvidia's on watch as well for a bit of a scalp long. This is trying to break out, but realistically, the first level I would look to buy on nvidia is around 145 back test. So it's tough to chase. It's very, very tough to chase these individual names after gap up, but I'm looking to pair some profits today on my SPY calls, 601 calls, which are deep in the money. And then I may consider trimming my Jets calls here. So Jets isn't in the money yet, but we're writing the $23 calls for July 25th. In terms of where I would consider a scalp short, let me just look at which indices the weakest right now. I know there's strength in semiconductors, so there might be even some more semis to try to pick up on the long side. So SPY and IWM are kind of neck and neck. So I would stick with SPY. But realistically, the first area that I would consider shorting on SPY today for a scalp short would be this upside target of the inverse head and shoulders. And then I would have to look for some sort of a potential negative divergence to pair that. That's even a tough short. I mean, this market could stay buoyant, but they usually do fade a little bit of gap ups. There is usually a bit of sell side pressure. All right, I'm just going to grab some more coffee. Oh, Ryan wants to take a quick peek at SoundHound. So SoundHound AI. Yeah, that's gapping up nicely right into prior day high. Chart looks constructive there. Yeah, it looks constructive. You've had a nice slow consolidation down. Not a bad opportunity there, Ryan. Not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, that one's on watch for a continuation long on the swing trade side. So as long as the markets remain firm here, we're going to see some stocks likely trend higher today. All right, let's flip you to dual screen mode here. Just gonna grab some more coffee, and then we got 3 minutes here till the open. We will settle in. Again, I'm not looking to chase anything off the open. Consider a potential short on SPYs around 606.50, but it's a tough market to short, and I want to see a liquidity sweep of these highs here. Let's grab some coffee. So SPY pre-market high is 605.98. 605.98 is SPY pre-market high. 603.52 pre-market low. That is a bit of a buy zone. 603.52 on SPY. Pre-market low is an aggressive entry on the long side. Oil still struggling here. It's open. Let's let SPY sweep this little liquidity high. All right, Tesla's starting to come in a touch here. Tesla's coming into first little area of opportunity. BBAI testing higher. Excuse me. All right, SPY trying to dip into pre-market low. Comes the big push in SPY. HIMS is slightly green. Yeah, BBAI up 4.78, testing 440. So it's already tapped that upside target and piercing it. Looking like it's trying to squeeze, holding above pre-market high. CRCL. This is the first aggressive pullback on Tesla, guys. This is an entry on Tesla right into this zone. I have not taken a fill. We are still seeing a little bit of distribution. What do we have here? AMD is up nicely, 3.44%. All right, Tesla's getting interesting here. Tesla is getting interesting. SPY still hovering steady. BBAI is absolutely ripping. High risk trade. I'm going long Tesla here. 355 June 27th call. 355 June 27th call. Filled at 680. This is high risk. So I'm long TSLA. Come on, Tesla. All right, taking a bigger dip. You get a better fill than me. Seeing a little bit of distribution. Palantir is down 1.25%. Tesla's falling a little bit more. Tesla's starting to see a bit of distribution. Come on, Tessie, firm up. Tesla's testing that gap fill. Still struggling here. I'm still holding my SPY calls. Tesla still wants to. I would consider adding to Tesla around this low pivot 347. A pierce of 347, and I'll double my position in the 355 June 27th calls. Tesla's trying to firm up here. Again, we're trading the 355 calls on Tesla, June 27th. So the weeklies, still seeing a bit of distribution in the market. RGTI trying to firm up. Circle down 6.4%. Nvidia holding steady, up 1.36. All right, Tesla's trying to bounce here. Come on, Tessie. Push up. Push up. SPY still holding steady. CCL up almost 9%. HIMS is up almost 3. AMD's up 4. Yeah, XP breaking, guys, going for $6. Look at AISP. We're still in the $5 calls. I still have a target on AISP. Into this gap fill, I'll look to take profits on my $5 calls. But right now, it's testing that resistance. Come on, Tesla. Tesla getting sold into here. A little bit of a potential failed breakout. Indices are still staying strong, but they are dumping Tesla. Tesla's negative while the tape is green. Still seeing a bit of profit taking off of yesterday. Guess potentially the robo-taxi is a bit of a buy the rumor, sell the news. All right, Tesla's coming into my second fill, and that would be it. If we lose this little pivot zone here, we'll look to stop out. SPY's still holding steady. All right, guys, I took a second fill there on Tesla at 570. 570. Bounce there on Tesla, really good bounce. My average is 625 on the 355 calls. So SPY's looking to sweep this high pivot liquidity, guys. SPY is looking to sweep that. We're testing 605 right now. We're testing 605. Come on, Tesla, push up. Keep ripping. This NA up 135%, BBAI up 8% and ripping. Tesla's still negative on the tape. Can it firm up? SPY's hitting a bit of double top here, but it needs to sweep that liquidity. It should. BBAI is just ripping and roaring. Potentially some explosions occurring in Iran again, but that's very odd because we are supposed to be having a ceasefire. SPY still hasn't swept that liquidity. Tesla coming right back down. It's really struggling here. SPY still holding firm. nvidia still pushing to the high side. SMCI trying to catch a bit of a bid. NCLH up 6%. What a high spike. All right, Tesla's testing a bit of a stop loss zone. I'm still holding. I'm looking for a 3-minute close below this 346.36 level. They are trying to stop me out of Tesla. Still interested in trimming some SPY calls once we sweep this high in around the 605.50 zone. Sweep pivot liquidity on Tesla, guys. Might get stopped out of TSL here for a loss here on these calls. Still holding though. SPY's into a beautiful sweeping that high pivot liquidity. All right, Tesla, I'll know my fate in about 30 seconds off of this 3-minute candle close. Look at that, he swept that liquidity. We never got that 3-minute close below. Still think we can firm up here. They are trying to run the stops here. Yep, AISP coming into target. AISP is almost into target, guys. And SPY is pretty much at our trim target. So I'm about to close this for a loss. But AISP is almost into target. We're writing those $5 calls. Trim these AISP calls. We're up about 100%. Still holding Tesla. SPY, I'm looking to trim my SPY calls here, guys. Nice little reversal. Tesla trying to hold steady here on the 5-minute chart. SPY still sweeping that liquidity. All right, this is a trim zone for SPY 601, guys. I just trimmed my SPY 601 calls. And I sold my AISP. Beautiful. From 55 cents to 90, almost 100%. Tesla's trying to firm up here. Trim SPY up there, 860. It's a beautiful trade on our SPY calls. Almost 100% on SPY. Beautiful. nvidia up 2.5%, still moving quite nicely. And high of day on nvidia. SMCI, I'm still holding these Tesla. Yeah, BBAI is just squeezing. BBAI is squeezing here. 480 on tap. Look at that. Breaking to the high side in full-fledged squeeze mode. Come on, Tesla. Keep firming up here. I want to see Tesla make a surge back to the high of this channel and then some. I would take some profits. You're right into this gap fill on BBAI. I would certainly. I just trimmed some of my call options, 2 positions. I trimmed my AISP. I trimmed my SPY calls. But you're right into this gap fill at 480 on BBAI. So it's a big level. I would take some. Leave some runners, though. Leave some runners. You know, obviously, where this could head to in the short term on BBI, it could test 540. That's your next major fib zone, $5.40. So it really depends on how big of a position it is in your portfolio, right? If it's massive and it dominates your portfolio, then trim it. But if you've got hedges and you got a lot of dry powder and you can risk it going back to negative or flat, then let it run. Let it run. All right, SPY going for another new high in a small account. There you go. So yeah, you could let it run. Obviously, that's up 4% right now. Still waiting for Tesla to firm up. XYZ hit that gap fill target that we discussed, guys. Take a look at XYZ. That hit gap fill target and then some, trying to build on top of momentum. Beautiful. Beautiful. Come on, Tesla. We just need Tesla to firm up, and then we got a beautiful day trade. We've already secured quite a bit of swing trade profits here. Let's see what oil is doing on my other screen. Yeah, oil's still struggling here. Looks like it's going to come back down again. Come on, Tesla. HIMS is still trading near the lows, but looking somewhat constructive. Come on, Tessie. Bitcoin slightly negative. Natural gas is still struggling, down about 2.7, sorry, 1.7. Nice. Tesla's moving up, guys. These calls are starting to work in favor. Again, we're writing 355 calls, June 27th, end of week. Come on, Tessie. 5-minute chart, you had that bearish break liquidity sweep on Tesla. Stunning. Come on. Let's see if we can get this inverse head and shoulder trigger. We are now green on Tesla. We are pumping here on Tesla. Let's give us a nice little surge. Remember, Tesla does have a potential upside target of 362. Come on. Did have a bit of a potential failed breakout. Contracts are trading at 640. SoFi stuck at resistance, Ryan is saying. So we've taken profits on AISP. We took profits on our 601 calls. Just under 100% on both trades. Looking for Tesla day trade here to retest this high of this channel. Come on, Tessie. Keep pushing. SoFi still trying to firm up. Core we've up 5%. How's Circle doing again? CRCL. That's trying to push back to the green side. Again, nvidia up a couple percent. SPY coming in, guys. I'm going to cut these Tesla calls here in profit. I'm cutting these Tesla calls. SPY's dipping. 635, I'm out of Tesla. Cutting. I just don't like the fact that SPY's dipping. I still think it can move higher, but we are seeing a bit of consolidation. So I'm just moving defensively here. Probably paper handing it a little bit. JP saying, not sure if I heard about Amazon investment in UK. I guess it's 5 billion. Let's look at Amazon. No, I didn't hear about that. But that's gapping up nicely, 2.5% on the session. Yeah. Looking quite nice. JP's Amazon 210 calls went up 19%. Nice job. JPow at 10. Yeah. So that's why I've moved a bit more defensively. I'm not holding any day trades. JPow can easily pump the market though. But we've taken profits on our little Tesla long position. HIMS is at the lows. We took profits on AISP. So we did sweep the high pivot on SPY, guys. We did sweep the high pivot on SPY. We might be seeing a bit of consolidation and backing and filling. HIMS is dropping. HIMS is going lower, guys. HIMS is going lower. Amazon still holding firm here. You can see Tesla is selling off a little bit. Bit of distribution occurring in this market. Wow. I swear I just had a premonition of this moment. The market's falling. No, I'm kidding. We're still very bullish, but we did sweep that high pivot liquidity. So just know we could maybe dip. If SPY dips into, let me see on my other screen here. I'm just trying to manage some swings here. Just give me a second, but I do have a SPY long level. SPY long level, I would take an aggressive buy around 603.52. 603.52 is your pre-market low. 603.52 on SPY. All right, let's see these NCLH calls. They are trying to firm up here. All right, SPY is backtesting its first little level of support, guys. SPY is backtesting its first little level of support. Let's look at nvidia. Tesla's could be a short here. Tesla's certainly looking vulnerable. Semiconductors are really the craze in the market right now. They're looking much, much stronger. And yes, Powell is talking at 10. nvidia might be an opportunity. There's an aggressive long on SPY right at this pre-market low. 603.52. Aggressive area on SPY. Yeah, your coin's a monster. Trimming some of my NCLH here. Swing trade. I'm trimming half of my NCLH $20 calls. Still holding some of the July $20 calls for NCLH and September. But I trimmed there for a nice profit on NCLH. From 66-cent average to 88 cents. Nice 22-cent gain. About 50%. Just under there. So nice little move on NCLH. Beautiful. SPY is coming down. I do have an aggressive buy area on SPY. A little bit of a pullback in the market. SPY coming in, guys. SPY is starting to come in just a touch. Google struggling right now under its pre-market low. Thinking about trimming some jets up here too, guys. Airline ETF. SPY's coming into an aggressive buy zone. We're sweeping the low pivot, but I like pre-market low at 603.53. And 604 calls off that level, looks somewhat enticing. I'm just managing swings. Say is a profit-taking session in the tape. We are securing our lots. Jets, guys. We've already taken 5 position wins on the swing trade front. Beautiful profits today. We've trimmed 5 different swing trade positions on the long front today in profit. Taken 1 small win on Tesla. But I trimmed my July 25th $23 calls on Jets. And I'm moving my stop loss to break even on all of those long positions, guys. All of those long positions. Beautiful swing trading profits today. Let's look to see if we have another trade setup. Yeah, Hims is still struggling at the lows here. I have it going lower. Brian, watch Hims for me. If it gets down to this 40.61, I'd be interested in a potential day trade long. Look at Tesla dumping here. Got a sore neck here. Sit back and watch stocks come into key levels. What else we got going on here? Come on, Google, what are you doing? Google's just lagging here immensely. Is AMD going to give us a pullback? No pullback in AMD. Wow. Yeah, AMD exploded. Absolutely it did. Alright guys, I'm going to take an aggressive SPY entry right on this trend line. Around 603.30-ish. A pierce of pre-market low. That's just a monster with the semiconductor market. Micron's a beast. Micron's just super extended, but it's run up. You are into that gap fill. It's probably a decent area to add into, but that's definitely one that's gone against me. I'm not going to average down the contracts because there's not enough time for my July 3rd. If you take out a little, if you roll the strike out a little bit more, farther time, sure. one has just been a monster. Again, I'm in the 110 puts, which have ripped my face off. You are coming up into that gap fill. You just never really ever sold off. You hit some massive technical levels. You're blasting through the 618 here. Crazy, crazy price action in MU. It could see a reversal here. You know, even for a day trade, there's a short opportunity here, that's for sure. But it's just definitely ripped my face off a little bit on MU. That's how she goes sometimes, though. Can't win them all. Oil still down sharply, testing 65 on WTI crude. But MU is into an area of short here on the day trade front. This is definitely a short zone on the day trade front. So if you want to scalp a short here, actually, you know what? It might not be a bad scalp. Semis are just very ruthless today. One more high pivot sweep on MU. Where exactly is that gap fill? Let's see. Whoops. Yeah, so it's right there. But everyone's watching that. Let's see if there's a day trade short on Micron. It's super, super extended here. Maybe 126.50. I like Micron for a short up here, guys. Day trade. High risk, I'm short. Micron 125 put June 27th. 125 put June 27th. This is a day trade short. This is just a day trade. So I'm short Micron. This is a day trade. Yeah, earnings are approaching. SPY seeing a bit of distribution. So area of resistance on Micron right now is pre-market high. That's what we're tapping into right now. We're sweeping pre-market high. We are still seeing a bit of distribution on SPY. Semiconductors are strong. Tesla down 1%, guys, on the session. Really big drop there on Tessie. Nucor making a nice move. CLF still bouncing. Palantir going through a bit of distribution up here. Marvell still looks somewhat firm. All right, here we have a potential fall on Micron coming in. We're short MU with some put options. Keep in mind that it does have earnings coming up. It's up 3.42% today. There's likely going to be some profit taking ahead of earnings. Big dip on SPY there. That's testing pre-market low. That was the long entry on SPY. I never took a fill, but it looks like that hard downwick could get us more downside. But that hit pre-market low on SPY. Wow, hit pre-market low on SPY. Gold down a couple percent. Bitcoin still holding near negative price action. SPY getting a really big buy program. Tesla struggling immensely here, guys. Tesla's really, really struggling. That's for certain. Still waiting on Micron puts here. Again, 125 end of week puts. Tesla put full just go. Tesla put just go with the flow. Yeah, it does look like Tesla wants more downside. It's but you know what? This is actually healthy. It intrigues me. You're testing pre-market low here. That's what you're bouncing off of on Tesla. There is a bit of a buy zone here on Tesla. It's an aggressive one, but you're testing pre-market low from 345.02 from when yesterday? Is it yesterday's? Tesla's hourly chart is still okay though. Still looking bullish. Marvell up nicely. That's still up about 3.42%. SPY still holding steady. Micron seeing a bit of distribution as we speak. We got yield soft. Oil still down about 2.7. Nat gas down by 1.45. Qs are up 1%. SPY up 0.67. Microsoft up 0.32. nvidia up 1.37%. Ripping and roaring. Apple's negative, down by 0.3. They are biting the apple and selling it here. We have Google up 1.1%, trading at 167.84. Amazon up 2%, flying to the high side. Meta up 0.75, and Tesla down 0.9. The SOX ETF is ripping and roaring as well, outperforming all of the indices, up 2.79% on SOXX. So semiconductors are the bright spot in the market. AMD is leading the charge up 5.87%. Micron up 3.4%. Quite crazy. SMCI trying to catch its footing up 2.4%. Tesla struggling but catching a bid here. Come on, Micron. Give us a bigger dip to the downside. Still a tough name. SPY still struggling at this previous little area. That is your high, little bit of a high pivot sweep zone as well. Markets still are going through a little bit of backing and filling. A little bit of backing and filling. What's happening with natural gas? That's still trying to hold steady. I like natural gas at gap fill. Let's see some of these high volume names. BBAI still up about 15% on the session. That is crazy. Crazy, crazy. Got BBAI going through a bit of backing and filling. BBAI could still push higher today. It certainly could. We could hit above $5 today. Came close to tapping. It's actually an interesting chart setup, BBAI. You are coming into support right now. We'll watch that one. What else we got moving? AMD now up 6%. Wow. CCL is a beast today as well. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, I took a 6-month hiatus vacation. So I lost a bit of momentum streaming. But it's still fairly new in terms of live streams. But I appreciate that, Ryan. CCL, let's see what else. So look at this NA. What the heck is happening with this? That is trying to potentially put in its first little lower high, up 114%. Thanks for the support. What else we got? Soundhound, SOUN, is also ripping and roaring. That was brought up. I don't know who brought that up. Was that you, Ryan? But breaking out here on the daily, recapturing that 20-day. Micron starting to pump, guys. Soundhound going through a bit of consolidation. CRCL, that's looking like a short, guys. Circle's looking like a big time short here. What are these put options worth? I remember they were just absolutely crazy expensive. What are we, 249, 250 zone? Prior day low sitting at 230. Let's see what 235's puts are worth. 1340, are you serious? I gotta spend 1,340 bucks, or almost 1,400 to buy one contract? Risky business with this. Risky business. Alright, SPY is making a move higher here. Micron is going into gap fill. Let's look at some other names here. HIMS is still struggling down in this vicinity, testing prior day low. Nice move up on SMCI. That's trying to recapture its footing after that debt offering yesterday. Was one of my bullish names. It's still holding bullish price action despite that shelf offering. Maybe it was just a bit of a way to sweep some of the longs and get in. Let's see what else we got going on here. So SPY making a move. SPY could potentially be going for high of day. Again, we do have an upside target on SPY of around 606.50. That is the SPY upside target, guys. 606.50. We swept that high liquidity, sold it. Now we're bouncing on SPY. That's exactly the play-by-play. That was to be expected. Apple trying to firm up here. What else we got moving here? CCL now up 10%. My oh my. My oh my. What's this circle doing? CRCL looks interesting, guys. All right, guys, I am going to take a CCL one contract, 235 put on CCL. End of week. This is high risk. High risk on CCL. Yeah, they're expensive. $1,400 for one contract here. But I think that's why it's more of an institutional option contract, bigger money. That's why I think it has a strong chance of working out here because a lot of retail won't be trading that. Again, it's a very risky play. This thing can absolutely move. Market's strong. But I'm trying to play a bit of this downtrend. We'll see. My stop loss on this trade would basically be, how much am I willing to risk? My stop loss would basically be above 259. 259 on a closing basis. Yeah, it's expensive for sure. Circle, take us to the downside. Spy's still holding steady here. Circle's trying to move. Here we go. Come on. Give us a bigger sell. Take us down. A bit of a 1 minute head and shoulders on CRCL. Trying to trigger here. One second, I'm getting a phone call, guys. All right, come on, circle. Push it down. Contracts are starting to move in favor here, guys. Come on, it's still a very volatile name. I don't have it linked. I don't have my broker linked to TradingView. Buy going through a bit of distribution. Micron's coming in a little bit here. Micron seeing some heavy distribution. Come on, circle. Push it down. Take us to 235. Get these puts in the money. Come on. Still seeing a lot of strength. HIMS is now up 1.5%, bouncing. BBAI pushing 475, up 13.64%. Tesla getting rocked right now, down 1.6%. Tesla continuing to get rocked here in the face of the market. Very, very interesting price action. Punishing a lot of the late chasers. Bit of a failed breakout. They sold into that thing like no tomorrow. Powell is live. Talking. Come on, CRCL. Nice job, Ryan. Ryan got out of BBAI. I'll be rebuy at $4. I'm sure it'll go back there. Strong chance for sure. Yeah, it does. They like to move it around a lot. Intel up 4.11. NVTS up 6.29. Nucor up 4.9. American Airlines up 4.13. Ford catching a bit of a buying program. CRCL, it's unfortunate. Retesting that little neckline zone. SPY still holding steady. Let's see if it wants to push all the way back to 255 on CRCL. Super expensive. Let's look at Coinbase still up nicely, up another 7.94%. Wow, Coin is just a monster. A friggin' monster. Coin is an aggressive day trade short here on Coin. Definitely is an aggressive day trade short here on Coin. If SPY fails to make a higher high here, we could see a dip back into this gap fill, this previous gap fill. There's a strong chance we could try to retest and grab this liquidity. So there's this massive gap fill back from Monday. And that's sitting around a Pierce of 603, around 602.74 on SPY. We've gapped over that gap. So that's a massive liquidity sweep of that zone. So there's a strong chance market makers may want to push it back lower. This is looking like it's going to be a failed lower high on SPY. And there's a strong chance we could go back to about 602.79. That would be an aggressive buy zone. I do think we're going to probably take out the highs at some point today. But they may want to try to grab that gap fill liquidity back at 602.80. I could definitely see that happening. It's now 10:30 on the time frame. You're seeing nvidia firming up. Tesla just getting absolutely smoked, down 2% on TSLA. Let's look at Apple. Apple is trying to fight some bearish price action. This is another short zone on Apple with this high pivot to 132 as a short. Yeah, Ryan printed on those puts. He called it out. not too long ago. Let's look at Google again. Google near the highs, trying to push higher here. I'm still riding my Circle 235 end of week puts. This is a day trade. I'm still riding a Micron 125 put for end of week. And again, I could see SPY dipping a little bit more here, guys. Circle dump it. Just gonna grab some more coffee, guys. Alright, so Powell just said all forecasters expect a meaningful increase in inflation. Saying HIMS gaining time to put maybe down to 40-ish. Let's take a look at HIMS. Yeah, it's an aggressive zone for sure. Up 3%. Definitely an aggressive zone. I would let it maybe, if you're more conservative on HIMS, wait for a tap of 43.75. But yeah, it could work again for sure. It's still in a bigger downtrend. Absolutely. But definitely creating lower highs, lower lows on HIMS. It's still looking weak. Come on, Circle, why aren't you cooperating? Apple's still struggling here. SPY up about 0.79. CoreWeave positive on the session. Gold still down a couple percent. Netflix up 1.5. Merck up 0.7. Nvidia up 2. SMCI up 3. Tesla almost down 2%. BTC trying to make a move higher here, looking much more bullish. STR is finally starting to perk up. Look at MSTR breaking to the high side. So you're seeing some positive price action creeping back into crypto stocks. This is one that I've been bullish on for quite a long time, but it's been taking a lot longer than I expected. So MSTR trying to shape up here. HIM's at 43.40. Let's take a look at HIM's again. Yeah, it's coming up there, HIMS. It's coming up there. I'd let it go a little bit more. Let it at least minimum tap that trend line. It could try to sweep these high pivots as a bit of a failed breakout, but we'll see. It's coming into a resistance zone for sure. Make a new. It's trying. Inflation occurring in this market. Micron's getting a little bit of distribution up here. Heavy impulse green candles met by some heavy sell candles. So we'll see if Micron wants to fill that gap around 127.49. It's come very close. It hit gap window there. So we'll see. Micron's been definitely a leader. Tesla's bouncing a little bit, only down about 1.5%. Starfire is looking at Rigetti, RGTI. Let's see. Yeah, Rigetti, a nice ascending triangle. This one's for sure going to break out. I wouldn't mind taking a long on this one. Let's see this. Thinks if we break, we can see 1250. That's a clear ascending triangle pattern, guys. Textbook classical bullish setup on the 5-minute intraday chart. Let's just see where we are in the daily. Breaking above the 7. You have your 20-day moving average sitting at 1194. So that'll be your first major resistance. Let's clear up some of these other names here. Previous entries. So if Rigetti breaks here, yeah, I actually like that, even for a swing trade opportunity. That looks somewhat interesting. Yeah, right in this, well, you'll have 1194 resistance, and then 1230 is a big level. What upside potential does that give us? Another 4, 5%, 6%. This name can absolutely squeeze, guys. Rigetti can squeeze. Let's see what these call options. I actually don't mind it as a day trade long. Nice observation. Nice observation, Starfire. $11.50 June 27th calls are sitting between 38 cents and 40 cents. That's a good spread, only 2 cents. SPY coming in a touch here. The only concern is whether or not the markets make a lower high here and go back down to gap fill on 602.70. Nvidia is still holding bullish structure. All right, Rigetti's making a break for the high side. I have a 125 June 27th put on MU. 125 June 27th put. And I'm also writing a 235 Circle put. Circle's very expensive though. 1,400 a contract. I only have one contract. Rigetti making a nice move. Look at that ascending triangle break. All right, so I'm going to get long Rigetti off of the next little pullback. All right. So once we get this liquidity sweep, there's probably going to be some breakout sellers here sweeping this high pivot reversal candle. I do like Rigetti for an entry. I want to buy the next pullback into support. A little bit. SPY making a breakout here. Another break to the high side on SPY. Wonder if we can hit 12 bucks today on Rigetti. Is that something we can do? It might be something we can do. Daily charts, though, is a lot of room to run on Rigetti. Wow. All right, guys, I just entered RGTI 1150 call, 1150 call. RGTI filled at 39 cents. So just a day trade. JP saying Powell's done talking. Jay Powell's done talking. Markets will probably rip. He's certainly looking like a high probability of that. $12 is easy today. Sarfar is saying 12 on Rigetti is easy. I'm just playing a conservative, a little bit more conservative, writing the 1150 call. SPY pushing yet again. SPY going for high of day, guys. SPY is going for high of day. Upside target based off of the inverse is 606.52. Again, I did take a position off of this RGTI pullback. Buying the retrace in the 1150 call. End of week. Filled at 39 cents. Still holding a circle and Micron put, Rigetti call. Let's play ball, Rigetti. Come on. We could see a nice trend here. Come on. Pump these markets. Natural gas catching a bit of a bid. SMCI back up over 3%. Marvell pumping 4.76%. CRCL trying to break lower, guys. Come on, let's see if we can take these puts in the money. Back testing that neckline of the head and shoulders. This is a weak stock in a strong tape. They should sell this. Come on, break this head and shoulders pattern on circle. We've back tested the neckline on this 1 minute head and shoulders once, twice. Come on, we could be melting here. Take us down. Take us down. RGTI is still up about 6.8%. Trying to break out, but going through a bit of consolidation at the highs here. Breaking an ascending triangle pattern. We could see a pop very shortly. Come on, circle. Circle's starting to move, guys. Come on. We could see a sharp dip off of this level on CRCL. SPY still trending. Pixel's still struggling here, guys. Right back down to the lows. Nvidia trying to make a high breakout push. AISP still up 8%, but I'm no longer in that name. Although we could even have a squeeze outside of this bull flag into the $6 zone. Certainly looking interesting. Nice reversal. Marvell's trying to trend. Marvell's a strong intraday chart as well, guys. Ticker MRVL. Nice consolidation. Again, I'm still in the $77 calls. Profited off of this nice surge, but Marvell is looking like a strong chart. So far, Bitcoin's up about 0.2, 2-year yields down by about 1%, 10-year yields down by about 0.74. VIX is getting absolutely slaughtered today, down by about 10.44%. Crude oil down by 2.31, that's WTI crude. IWM outperforming, up 1.14. QQQ's outperforming the IWM, up 1.19. SPY slightly lagging due to the fact that there's some selling in energy and utility stocks. Microsoft still holding steady, up 0.5%. Nvidia up 2.14. Google up 1.25. Amazon up a couple percent on the session. Meta trading at 704, up 0.8. And Tesla down 1.7%. SOXX is absolutely ripping to the high side. That's up 3.34%, with semiconductors leading this market to the high side. MSTR up 4.5. XOM, wish I still have my puts from yesterday's day trade. That's down again 1.17%. Come on, Circle, give us a break. Rigetti, you need to make a move too. SPY's just really testing this high, sweep high liquidity range. We'll see if it wants to break out. It's needing a little bit more time. Upstart up 8.2, a whopping 8.2% on UPST. Uber up 7%. Wow, Uber's ripping today. at the highs of the session, going into gap fill on Uber. Uber. A little bit of resistance selling here on SPY. Micron curling down slightly, ever so slightly. Let's flip back to RGTI. RGTI looking like some heavy consolidation off of this previous support zone. Can we get a break? Can we get a break? Nice move on Celsius today, up 7.28%. Look at the high pivot break on Celsius. Wow. Massive breakout on Cell H. How's Pepsi doing? PEAP. Pepsi trying. Oh, I missed that wick down yesterday. Damn, that was a stunning buy and entry on Pep long term. Wow. Yeah, RGTI still trying to hold steady. RGTI is consolidating here. You're seeing some accumulation. Once the seller is exhausted off of this breakout, we should see a big move. All right, guys, Circle. Come on, Circle's going to take a big down leg. It's very close. Very close, CRCL. We need to trigger this 1 minute chart breakdown. This head and shoulders, you're getting very close. Surface just closed all Celsius $46 calls. Oh, commons. Sorry, Surfers. I assumed. Nice job there, Surfers. Boeing lagging the market. Baba's strong today. Key consolidation range. AFRM. Trying to break out of this high pivot. Let's look at Hood. So yeah, Hood is just flying here. The only position that I would add is at 84.90 around this zone here. But a strong chart nonetheless. Still waiting on Rigetti, RGTI. Hasn't given us a definitive move yet. Come on, CRCL hanging on to a thread here, guys. Get ready on CRCL. We could see a big dip. I'm expecting this head and shoulders to trigger. We got two targets, two head and shoulders patterns on CRCL. The first one takes us to 227. The larger one takes us to 195. We just need 235s to get in the money. Come on. Adobe lagging here. Archer Aviation. What is that doing? That's up slightly on the session. How's Carvana doing today again? Seeing a bit of distribution. Let's see if there's any high short interest names shaking, moving. Short interest. What do we got? IONQ still trying to push higher off of this key resistance zone. Alright guys, I'll stay on for a few more minutes. Around 11 o'clock, I am going to take my break, and we will look to come back for Power Hour. But so far, it's been a nice profitable session. especially on the swing trading side, posing quite a bit of profits. I still have an upside target on SPY to about 606.50 on the daily session. Still writing Rigetti calls, Circle puts, and Micron puts. Power hour is the last session of trading in the market from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. They call it power hour because you often see a lot of ETFs buying. You often see people covering shorts because it costs money to hold shorts overnight. You typically see an increase of volume into the close. So that's the nickname on Wall Street, power hour. Or if it's a negative day, sour hour. But it's often power. It's often power hour. All right, Rigetti's starting to firm up here, guys. RGTI, let's see if we get a high break squeeze. Come on. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Big Bear flying, BBAI, yeah, that's been a strong stock all day, right? BBAI. Yeah, look at that, testing almost $5 on the session. If we look at BBAI, yeah, look at BBAI trying to break out of this inverse head and shoulders on the 3-minute chart. You get this breakout here. Again, another similar ascending triangle pattern, and you're going to be moving right up to the high of this channel, piercing $5. But what a mover. Nice call out there, Ryan, in the pre-market. You were all over that. You were all over that for sure. Whoops. Come on, Rigetti's trying to break out here, guys. RGTI is trying to break out. Micron seeing a little bit of selling. Percent. Tesla going for another low of day break. Wow, this name just cannot catch a bid. TSLA being sold into at every turn. I'm glad I exited those calls. We basically threaded the needle off of this bounce, took a small profit, and it's been downhill since then on Tesla. Underperforming that market significantly. The swing trade buy level on Tesla now comes into play. If you retest this little trend line zone around between 332 to 327 is a bit of a swing trade entry on Tesla, but it does look like we're going to go lower. SPY running into a bit of resistance here. Rigetti running into some resistance as well. SMCI trying to push up almost 4%. Good to see. dip here in the market. SPY still struggling at that sweep high liquidity. SPY is really struggling. In the equity markets here, 15-minute chart of SPY is still going for a higher high. Still going for a higher high breakout on SPY. This could be the potential breakout. Not what I want to see for this trade. RGTI lost that impulse green candle. Do not want to see Rigetti lose this key zone here. This is your breakout of consolidation. This 1142. You are testing 15-minute chart support. Still holding steady here. SPY still trying to push here. SPY looking good still. Come on, circle. CRCL has been teasing us in this range. We are coiling on CRCL for a bigger move to the downside. As the markets are pushing, this name is slowly getting sold into. Trying to wick down here. We could be breaking it. Wow, big spike up on CRCL. Uh-oh. Big spike there. Taking another leg down. Tesla's still struggling. Nvidia up a couple. SMCI is starting to pump here. SMCI up 4.2. Lots of volatility creeping into circle. SPY swept the high of day yet again, getting sold into. Apple still struggling. Bitcoin curling back up. Apple still negative. Amazon up 1.95. Rigetti's trying to defend this breakout zone. Micron's up 4%. But stock is lagging recently on the semi front is OKTA, but maybe it's going to play some catch up. OKTA trying to recapture on the daily chart here. This key 7 moving average 4-hour chart not looking too bad. Hourly chart looking somewhat constructive. So you made a low here, another lower low, higher low, higher high, then another wick lower. This is getting coiled for a potential move up. It's trying. OKTA, interesting. Interesting. Wow, just been patient with the CRCL. Just does not want to give up the goods quite yet. I feel like we're going to get a pretty big move sooner or later. We're approaching the apex of this triangle on CRCL. SPY struggling at this sweep high still. Still grinding higher though. Rigetti might, RGTI guys I might have to close those. Might hit my stop. I'm looking for a 5-minute close on Rigetti below 1142. JP saying July rate cuts in the cards. We'll see, right? Especially, they might consider cutting rates now that the war is coming to a peaceful resolution and that oil's dropping, so that inflationary scare that they were worried about on FOMC is slowly being sucked out of the market. Struggling at this high pivot zone on SPY. Really struggling. Coming in on SPY. So once again, to summarize things for members here on the swing trading front, we did pull a whole bunch of profits out of the market today. I trimmed half of my 601 SPY calls deep in the money. We We sold AISP for just under 100%. We trimmed NCLH, half of the position. For about a 22-cent gain per contract. We trimmed half of our Jets calls. Beautiful position there on Jets. And we've moved stop loss on a bunch of positions to break even. So we have a lot of trades risk-free. We're in a couple day trades here, long on Rigetti calls. We have 235 puts on CRCL. We have 125 puts on Micron. And that's pretty much summing up what we're doing here for the rest of the day. I do think the market can still push here, but I think there's going to be a bit of distribution. Some names should lead, some names should lag. Still struggling. Gold still struggling. Tesla still struggling. Marvell almost up 6% now in the session. Yeah, give a little bit of time. With Rigetti, I am. So my stop loss here on Rigetti, it's really a 15-minute chart. It is firming up now. But Rigetti, I don't want to lose this impulse green candle on the 15-minute chart. You're back testing that 15-minute moving average. So that's kind of my line in the sand for Rigetti. But it is trying to firm up here. Tesla trying to put in a bit of a bottom here. Let's look at Google again. Google going for a high of day breakout. Google looks very solid as well. Nice ascending bullish triangle pattern. HIMS is right at resistance there, but coming off of a higher low, so it's a little bit dangerous. Let's look at Marvell here. Marvell is continuing to grind here, guys. MRVL continuing to grind quite nicely. Let's look at nvidia. nvidia seeing a bit of distribution. Potential lower high on nvidia. We'll watch that closely. Apple coming in slightly, trying to hold steady. No, it's risky now. So why I would wait on HIMS. HIMS is testing this area of resistance that we got rejected here. You pulled back, but you formed a higher low on HIMS. So let this go a little bit higher. Your next aggressive short zone on HIMS is going to be into this high pivot liquidity sweep. So let it sweep these highs here. So 44.40 Pierce. Let it sweep these highs, and then that's your next short zone on HIMS if you're looking to get aggressive into the short area. Micron seeing a bit of distribution here. So I'll be right back. I just need to do a quick stretch, bang out some push-ups, get the blood flowing. It's been pretty slow in the market sessions. We haven't really had much indice volatility since the gap up. Be right back. So MU is starting to weaken up here. Same thing with CRCL. CRCL is sitting right on that neckline again. We could get a big move down on CRCL. Come on, circle. We're locking some profits here. Again, 235 puts can get in the money today. We have till the end of the week, but I think they can get in the money today. They're trying to wake up. Circle still hanging on by a thread here, guys. Down 6.92%. Come on, give us the drop. We do have a head and shoulders about to trigger on CRCL. You're sitting right on that neckline. Point still holding steady.
Restrictions on the big banks. If Trump doesn't fuck it up with tariffs, Jay, I think you're right, man. You could see 7,000, dude.
I will credit Weeds with that if it ever happens, because he opened my eyes. I was not thinking that this year.
Not a bad guy, dude. When Weeds is serious, he can make some calls.
And he was saying that at 5,800. So
dude,
we'll
Weeds
see.
is always serious with money.
Yeah, usually, yeah.
I think I'm wondering maybe Sun or Big Kev, anyone else looking at charts. I feel like a firm is starting. It hasn't broken out yet. I think it might hit some resistance in this 65 zone, but it feels like if it can consolidate and hold that, it could break out. And it's sort of
fintech everywhere is
close to
running like Affirm, NU, Pegs, Upstart.
yeah.
They're all running.
Affirm to me, I just feel like they're a much better company than Upstart. But
Son, yesterday you mentioned Sezzle. Are you still looking at that one?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like it here, but yeah, I will take a shot on it. Since last year, man, from $2 to 158. So, but it's IPO or it's something.
It's from Australia. I actually traded it when it was an Australian market.
Okay, that's why.
And then I think it moved to Canada, then the US. Or maybe straight from Australia to the US. But yeah, it was an Australian company for a bit. At least
Dollar
on their
down.
market. On their market, I should say.
Dollar down, commodities down. good for emerging markets like NU in Brazil. Maybe that's that. If you guys are thinking fintechs, I still think it's a better fintech than most. So.
Jeffrey, do you know PAGS? PAGS? Is that also
I
South
know it's a
America?
competitor, but
Okay.
I didn't watch that. I just love the CEO from Discover in New. I think that guy's a staff.
LV's back over 610. Been holding 6. This is pushing.
Wait, what?
I'm in Tesla calls.
EVLV,
Oh,
evolve.
EVLV.
I'm in Tesla 360 calls Friday. See how these do.
I don't want to pump bags, but I think Nectar is a good buy here. It's almost trading at cash. Had great data out. You guys can read it if you look and follow me or whatever or other people. Just put in Nectar in the app $NK.
Jeffrey, I was looking at stuff this morning pre-market, and I saw that, and then I really rarely see a stock halted pre-market.
Yeah,
They basically
P2
halted it for an hour.
Yeah, they had the P2 data that came out, and it's actually pretty damn good. So if you follow, I think it's JP Morgan or excuse me, Jeffries for the data that came out, there should be 5 to 10 bagger, right? And I posted that. That's their estimate of what could have happened with the readout of today. So who knows, guys? These are always difficult.
Upside down H
I
pattern
bought
playing out
more.
on cues. Calls are printing.
You guys could just look at. There's smarter people than me. Look, follow. I think his name is Andrew May. I'll post him in the nest. The guy's a dermatologist. This is a dermatological drug, and he's hand over fist on this thing. And the dude's nailed it. So he's way smarter than me on this one. That's who I followed. So I'll post his
You
shit
said
in the nest.
Jeffrey, you said you had options in it. Didn't like the price go through the options chain today? Or
It did. I'm in profit, but I'm not. I think it should go a lot more. I wasn't happy with the. I didn't get out at the open at 25 or pre-market because I couldn't because it's options. I'm just going to convert it all into stock, bro. I'm holding till August, and I bought more.
Gotcha.
I bought more shares here, but they did a fucking 15-to-1 reverse split before this data came out. So the float got crushed. I think the float is 15 mil. I think something like that now. So and there's a heavy short interest in there. But anyways, just I don't want to pump bags or pump stock. But if this is a $1 billion valuation, that's an $80 stock. Currently, it's $20. It's 250 mil valuation.
HSAI up 14% now.
Bitcoin catching a nice little push.
Yeah, so dude, this environment is really good for crypto. If what you just laid out, Jeffrey, like commodities like down, dollar down. This is, I think, and rates are going to be cut. I think this is like the risk on event. This is the anything besides like Bitcoin would be the one, like Ethereum and all the others. They'll catch a bid. All coins will catch a bid.
Don't forget reckless, massive spending. Still, I think they're spending $5 trillion. So
hey guys, trimming these DoorDash 235 calls for July 18th at 48% or $280 a contract.
Nice.
Georgie, was that you that mentioned Hasai?
Yeah, Hasai.
Yeah,
that's Butter's play.
Yep.
I mean I talked to him about it. I bought 400 shares at $20. It was in the red until I just did it early last week. But,
yeah, I did too. I think we did at the same time.
I have comments as well.
Yeah, I mean there's no options on it, but I feel like if Tesla, that's a play against Tesla, right? Like that's my way of shorting Tesla is buying Hasai.
Which one?
HSAI. They
that's that LiDAR, right?
Chinese, one of the two major LiDAR players. They have they have partnerships with Uber, with WeRide, with what's the main BYD, and it just seems like LiDAR is going to be what is required to this autonomous
The
driving.
only LiDAR company that can't catch a bid is Laser. It's just
Yep.
dude, it's just
Only
struggling.
one. That we talked about that earlier. Only reason why I didn't bring up this one is because it was red. It's the only one that I'm holding that was red at the time. It's starting to get green now. But yeah, just LiDAR is the play.
Uber back over 92 on Uber.
It's too bad that, that somebody hasn't created.
539.
Yeah, that market is unreal.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you're 10 years going down too. So yeah, this is turning into that bullish environment for risk assets.
Just don't get too attached to it because it's just the kind of market we have. You gotta take it day by day.
Yeah, I mean that, of course. We're all traders here.
London just closed. I was gonna say it's too bad nobody's come up with a inverse ETF to Tesla of just companies that are sort of rivals to them. So you could play that instead of having a short Tesla if you don't believe in Tesla.
You know, I had a dream and I saw that it was your calling to make exactly that.
Yeah, but dude, like,
what about TSLQ?
Yeah,
isn't that the
inverse? No, he's saying.
No, I don't think it's possible to short Tesla. I think that there's a buy program in there. There's something fishy that exists that will not let that stock go down. But I don't think they're going to win out on everything. So I would love to be like Uber, Hesai,
So what are you trying to say that Elon is so smart that he's figured out a way to implant software into the market for Tesla to make sure that it never goes down? Is this what you're implying?
Have you listened?
I personally think that
Motorhead?
Tesla is market makers own so much of Tesla that's kind of locking up some of the flow.
Big Kev Motorhead brought it up in a room, and he's like, he spends all of his time in those car stocks, and he's convinced that there's something going on that he doesn't know what it is, but that there's some type of buy program that gets initiated on certain weeks, and he thinks it's people that are attached to Elon.
Yeah, well, guess what? If that's the case, then why even fight it? I would just ride that shit, right? And more.
Exactly.
Ouster
so my
over
point,
31. Man, this thing is pumping.
Oh my god, you guys!
Wait, it's $31.
Yeah.
$31. I mean, not Ouster. AEVA.
Oh.
My fault. AEVA.
I'm like, whoa.
Okay.
AEVA. My fault. Excuse me.
I was like, oh my god.
I misspoke. I misspoke. I mean, we're doing LiDAR, right? But this is LiDAR as well, though.
Just now, everybody was about to cash out. What? 31.
My fault.
Dude, I was
like,
gonna pass out.
I was like, oh my god.
I was gonna hit the sell button for a minute.
I was like, holy shit! I just saw it at $24. What the hell just happened?
Son was about to hit this sell button so fast. He was like, wait, what?
Then it was gonna dump 10%.
Hey, Big Kev, we can't bring the bubble back and pass ideas. Is that?
It's out there. The bubble is right there.
It is there.
There's a bubble in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, bottom right.
The fuck am I not seeing it for?
Because you're in Colombia. That's why. It's tariffed. You got to pay
you got
tariff.
The Colombia edition.
You got the Colombia edition.
You got to do an Espanol El Jefe.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but people been posting in it all day, bro.
The bubble's that little fucking like cartoon speaking thing, and I can't see it. Why can't I see it?
Cartoon speaking.
Gordy just posted 10 minutes ago.
Fuck, man. I'm sorry, guys. So I posted the Adam May guy on Nectar. If anybody's interested, follow that guy. Fucking, he is in the field. He's a doctor, a dermatologist. If you're interested.
Oh, I know what it is, Jeffrey. I think that you can only post in the pill if you follow me. I don't know. I think that might be the only thing.
What the fuck do I not follow you? What happened there?
That's true.
Oh, because
that is true.
Yeah.
That's true, Kev.
Okay,
You have to follow.
Kev. I'm like, Kevin's one of my biggest follows, dude. Like, what? But I did follow you now.
Well, so what happened before? Colombia connection, huh? It unfollowed him when he moved to Colombia. That's what happened.
Nah, we're gonna move forward. Let's move forward.
But I still don't see the guy.
I don't know. Maybe you need to leave and come back or something. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know.
So Kev has to follow you too. That's what it is.
I do follow him. I was following him and he wasn't following me.
So come back in, Jeff. You should see it.
Will do.
When Jeffrey leaves, you should block him, Big Kev.
Ooh, hold on. Let's do that right now.
Oh, he's gonna be so livid.
I am not gonna do that. That's too much work.
Yo, NVTS 13%. It was a nice play today.
Let's go. I'm glad I got
YOLO, so just to finish, I want to be able to bet against Tesla without having, but I want to be long stocks, the other stuff. That's what I would say. Create an inverse ETF to Tesla
I get what you're saying. But to me, man, like listening to Motorhead, if you did that, you would have lost so much money. That guy's been nothing but bearish since 35.
Bro, if you listen to anybody, if you listen to any of these dudes, like on any of their long-term setups or whatever, like remember what was that dude that was pumping Mobileye? It's got everybody so fucking banana. It's got everybody so skittish to play. Like I when I called those 16 and a half calls yesterday, everybody, oh no, I'm skittish, not messing with that. those things fucking went 200%.
Yeah, that's what happened when you
So wait a second.
don't do your own homework.
Is the room bearish Tesla here? Are you guys bearish or bullish? Like what am I hearing?
I'm neutral. I have no position on Tesla.
I just sold my puts.
I'm neutral. I just play it.
Yeah.
What was the timeline, Jeffrey? Jeffrey, what's the timeline? That was the question. Are you saying bearish Tesla for the next week, next year?
No, I'm just catching up to what you guys have been talking about. That's all. I just thought maybe the room's
I'm bullish Tesla for the next day. I'm bearish Tesla for their revenue, but I don't have an opinion on their stock price long term.
Yeah, same. I think the day you could have whatever. I think 3 months out, a year out, this is down.
It's a little weird for their robo taxi thing that they had people sitting in the passenger seat, the safety drivers, and then they ended up being the Tesla pumpers, the stock promoters. They pick those guys to sit in the cars and promote the stock, like they always do, and they're actually paid. Pumpers like Sawyer and that Omar guy, and then.
But we got the video of the reviews up top.
And then they had the red button, like some red button thing, and yeah, it just seems Tesla's a little funky, guys. Like it's a little, they're doing some underhanded stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was all set up. Got those guys in, and then $140 million calls right at the open. It was all set up to squeeze yesterday, and today we didn't see that. I didn't see that flow today. All that stuff is done today. So that's why the reversal just happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was, like I said, it was set up to squeeze, gamma squeeze, and then it deflates and it turns into this. So.
Yeah, Jeffrey and I brought up Tesla. I will not short that stock other than for like maybe a half hour.
That's because J Dash is a hairy vagina, but that's all right. Go on.
That's all right.
It's all right, man.
Bush.
All right. We're all different.
We've been playing Tesla in here up and down, so we've been playing it both ways. Just play the chart.
That's the way to do it.
Nah, just giving J Dash some shit. What's up, J Dash? Sorry, man.
Please call me Jay, son. Please call me Jay. You know me well enough, man.
Nah, man.
So check out Meta. Meta's catching that bid. 710's up 15% so far.
Those are print.
Like,
those are gonna print.
Saying Dash has a certain I don't know.
So is Powell done speaking? He's talking about that, he's watching closely. Inflation, is possibly coming down.
No one gave a fuck, man.
No, yeah, nobody did nothing.
Jeffrey, none of it matters. Yeah, he's done. He's not even the Fed chair.
No one gives
anymore.
2 fucks about Powell.
Forget about him.
So he's not the Fed chair anymore. What is he, the Fed couch now? Or the
Fred
Fed
Thomas.
toilet. He's now the Fed toilet. Everybody's shitting on him.
No, what is there shit on? Like, why are we so concerned with what he says right now, unless he's gonna actually cut rates, which we don't think he will do, right? So until he does that, I just don't think he really matters.
Wow, you guys, we're picking up here on the SPX. I just sat down. High of day.
Closing half of my Meta 710 calls, up 23%.
Same level, 6150 ES. You might want to go touch it.
What is it? 6160?
6150.
Today?
Possibly. If it gets stupid, it can go like, I mean, look, it's 1140. It can go to 6180.
Yeah.
It gets really crazy.
Son, where's the JP Morgan strike?
The top one?
Yeah.
I think is 616. I think 6160 or something.
Telecock trying to catch that bid.
Let's go.
And tell a dog to. You see that gap that I put up on?
No, did he?
On the
He
nest?
said telecock.
Yeah, I saw that. But that's what they all call it. So I heard what Cat Bear saying it all the time. I need her in there saying it.
Okay, so the PBMs, get them out of the way. These direct to consumer names could be the way to fucking bring down prices, right? Like, and that Teladoc is definitely a direct to consumer name for drugs. So imagine Lilly GLP-1. You can get it directly through Teladoc, right? So
That's the play, Jeffrey.
and then you contract your insurance through EVH.
There you go. You got it all figured it out.
Yep. These Teladoc 7.5 for 2027 are looking nice. Come on, babes. Just keep printing.
Dude,
Jeffrey, check out Elevant Health and tell me what you think. EVH.
Okay.
Evelyn.
EVH. I'll put it in my. Hold on.
Georgie, did you say you're long Tesla?
Yeah, just intraday. It's not working.
What are you
so
looking
great right
for?
now. Just a little reversion.
But like to 350 or what are you looking for?
I got 360s for Friday, but like my target would probably be less than that.
Oh, so you're just looking for any scalp? Okay.
Yeah, just try to scalp it. It's not looking positive though. I want to see it get above 344.57. My pivot line.
Bull Bear.
Yeah.
EVLV. Look at that daily.
Yeah.
So news up almost 8%. You know, maybe somebody's figuring out that weak dollar, weak commodities is good for emerging markets.
What is weak?
Weak dollar.
Oh, it's ready right here, Kev.
Weak dollar, weak commodities. Yeah, dollar down. Dollar down is good for emerging markets. Strong dollar.
Oh, you're talking about commodities? Which commodity? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Oil. Well, just all commodities are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
But we're early. FinTwit will be talking about it next week or next month.
Yeah. let him sleep, bro. It's all good.
Where am I gonna put that name?
Oh, this thing looks so good right here. Look at the monthly, bro.
I am looking at the monthly. All I see is Wu-Tang forever.
What's the name again? What is it? EV what? Yep.
EVLV.
EVLV.
Yeah, that's a great chart.
I talked about this with you a couple months ago, Jeffrey. You know about this.
Jeffrey doesn't remember. It's all good.
Dude, I'm in so many high risk plays, and they're getting more risky.
This is about as low risk as it comes.
I know, yeah.
Look at their financials. Look how much debt they don't have. Look at the airports that they're trying to get put in. Look at the schools that they're in. Look,
you're breaking out of that daily flag, right? From $3,
bro.
Right? You're just breaking out. You got another $3 to go from here.
Listen, I couldn't tell when was the last time I saw 3 white soldiers on a monthly chart. This thing is ready to
look at
go.
the weekly.
Bananas on the
It's
monthly.
Great looking daily, weekly. Possible saucer, right?
It's ready to go, man.
I mean, back to $8. I could see $8.
That's exactly what I said.
Oh
That's
my
what I've been.
God! Look at the monthly. Boy, you got
Yeah,
that W
exactly.
pattern, boy. You got yeah.
Yeah,
Wu
yep. See,
Tang.
Okay,
Wu Tang.
okay.
I love it. So basically, $8 is your midline, and then it'll go to 12.
I got 1150. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, this thing is ready for takeoff.
Take off.
Yeah, let's make sure you put your luggage in the overhead
yeah.
bin. Buckle your
I got a
seatbelt.
common position at 545. So, like I say,
Let's go.
this thing ain't even gone anywhere yet. Matter of fact, I have never even looked. Matter of fact, I can't remember the last time I looked at this chain. Let me look at the chain, man.
Anybody playing Intel right now?
No,
I feel
I
like
have shares on Intel.
if they have one good story, that stock could move 20% with ease.
Don't they own Mobileye?
No, they don't.
They own a piece
Yeah,
of
they
it.
own. Yep, they own the
Yeah, they
section of
don't
it.
own all of mobile. I own this. Yeah, they have a.
They own a. I mean, they own a. There's been a lot of good companies that come. A Lab, I think, came out
Did
of
they not
Intel,
sell
or at
that
least their
part,
investment.
or did they sell part of it, or no? That wasn't part of the
Yeah,
sale.
I did hear something like that, son. That they sold part of the Mobileye stuff that they were in. They might have sold all of it. Actually, I'm not sure, but I did hear something like that too.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Too many fire sales over there.
Sorry, guys. For Kevin's stock that was just talked about, Evalent Health, EVH. March there was
Yeah,
$1.3 million of insider buying at around $9.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's part of my bullish thesis. Go to my page. It's my last post on there. I put the bull bear. I put the bull bear case on my timeline.
I love
Oh,
that,
Kev,
dude.
I
So
remember
you
playing
even
this
put
with
the
you.
bear cage, dude.
Dude, look at it. Look at his co-host. Well, you
Whoa,
know.
fuck, that's great, man. I love
Hey,
that.
so there's news. Trump
Sorry.
signals sanctions relief for Iran oil to China.
Yeah,
They're already
he's letting
they're
Yeah,
them
already
in.
doing that.
that came out. Yeah, he was like, "Look at what I did for you, China."
He,
But they already do that though. They already
J
buy
Dash
stuff.
was laughing at me. He wants that goddamn American TikTok, J Dash. That's what he's doing this for.
Hey, but they're already do like Iran oil is only going to China. So
No, but
So according to Gemini, it says Intel sold a portion of its stake in Mobileye, but remains a majority owner.
so it did sell some of it. Yeah, I didn't know if they sold all of it, but that's good to know. But yeah,
Yep.
no,
Yep.
that's why the Strait of Hormuz I was saying it was dumb because they can't close it down because of China. If they
exactly.
close it down, then all the oil being imported to China would be fucked.
No, I mean it's even bigger than that. They have to feed their people, or they get an uprising. They have
What do
to.
you mean
They
it's
have to.
bigger than that?
It's bigger than
What's
just
bigger than
China.
China and America raining hell on you?
Well, no, that's not what it, just it makes no economic sense for them to do that. They would cut their hands off.
But they're literally destroying the hand that feeds them. Is what my point is too. Like,
Yeah, if they did
yeah,
that,
there's
yeah,
their
that's what I'm
people,
saying.
but they
Yeah,
can't do that
there's no
geopolitically.
economic,
Even
yeah,
they can't do it
security.
geopolitically.
Real quick for
We
the
agree.
people who are trading, SPY is over that level I gave you at 605.74. The next target I have is 607.60 on SPY to the upside.
Okay,
So as long as it holds over 605.74,
okay.
I'm
I
still
grabbed I
bullish.
grabbed I grabbed SSI $6 bullish bear. Can you take a look at the chart? This is a 4 million short float. This is the thing that went to $12. This is the competitor to Intuitive Surgical's Da Vinci. If you want to play India, this could be a play because this is where this machine has been mostly sold, and they've done 4,000 heart operations. SSII. Can you guys take one of you chart guys take a look at and tell me what you think shorter term?
Jeffrey wants to invest in anything but the U.S. guys. It's unbelievable.
I have not done anything in India. I looked at India 10 years ago, probably 15 years ago. I had like IBIB or something like that. The bank. I had Tata Motors and all that stuff, and I let it all go like an idiot.
How do you let go of the Tatas, man? You always hold on to the Tatas.
I'm in Latin America. I'm a cool guy, man.
Yeah, 10 years ago, if you owned those, you would have killed it.
Meta pushing my 710s in the money. Let's go. Meta's looking like it wants to go test that 713.
Kevin and Bullish Bears, can you guys look at SSII when you have time? When you're not looking at something else.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm looking at service now.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
Interesting.
I'm long on service now.
If
Is ASTS Jeffrey 52, by the way.
Jesus Christ,
dude! Remember that?
I kind of laughed at Angela about fucking going to space. I thought it was like a going to space stock. I didn't understand it was satellites. But congratulations on all who understand the space trade.
Satellite. Was it the
satellite?
It
is satellites. But she was talking to me about
what they did was they put what? No, but they did do a traveling thing. They sent something to the moon so they could get like cell service on the moon or some shit. I don't fucking know. So some shit like that. Like they did something like that. So I'm not like
it was for that. I think it was to get better connection.
She just talked
like
about
a telecom from space.
Jeffrey, on this SSII, if you could get hold over 619, my first target is 747 on this one.
Hey, Jeffrey.
SSII.
Remember you said you wanted to short Oklo yesterday at 52? I'm telling you, man. It's at 60. I don't think bullish market structure is complete.
So you think it goes up still?
I think it retags the high again, maybe.
Okay.
Before it falls.
I'll watch these nuclear. I'm not dealing with this nuclear shit yet.
I think you could short in a few weeks.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, if oil's way down like this, I mean, oil's cheap. Like we're gonna use oil.
Wait, what does that do with the uranium?
Especially Oklo. Like, even if oil was expensive, you can't even use Oklo today. So
they're competing. They're competing natural resources. They don't do exactly. Obviously, that's more for commercial manufacturing, which is natural gas and nuclear. But
you know why it's up, right?
Oklo.
Yeah.
Is that because New York with their nuclear facility, and then people run to these fucking.
Well, they said they're gonna build, like they want to build, like you can't make this shit up that they want to build it now if you're like shutting down one.
Jeffrey, the nuclear, all those SMRs are a play on AI. That's like the energy.
No, of course I understand that. That
has nothing to do with crude oil.
But remember, to build these things is no. That's not what I said. I said sort of, kind of, right? But I said that's more for manufacturing, which is competing with natural gas, right? So natural gas is still cheap. Natural gas takes less. Okay, you guys could laugh. Natural gas is the competitor, I would say, for AI. It's cheaper. It's quicker to put in. I mean, these nuclear facilities are 8-10 years, Jay. Like, these things are all in the initiation. They're not even the build phase yet. They're just.
But we don't know this, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, also you need to build some type of reactor to convert the natural gas. Okay, I've listened, and those are 5 years behind. So there's a 5-year wait on the companies that do that. Like GE Vernova. That's why GE Vernova is a great play, because they make these reactors. They make.
But hold on though. If we're talking about SMR, hold on. But if we're talking about SMR don't even do any of that. They don't do the reactors or whatever. They do the designing and commercializing. They don't do any of the creation of it or any of the enrichment. They don't do any of that. Not SMR.
Big Kev, I'm saying the sector, small modular reactors, not just the stock.
Oh, okay. I thought we were talking about the company. My fault.
NNE, Oklo, any of those companies that are involved in making those.
Wait, Jay, to use natural gas. compressors, or what are the big giant?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm surprised. I thought you could just get natural gas and use it, but according to Skamath, I mean, you know Chamath, I mean, and he does know that he knows he knows more than I do. He was talking about it a few weeks ago, and he said there's like a 5-year delay on getting natural gas converters. So you can't use natural gas for these data centers, like unless you already. I don't fully understand that. So I mean,
It's
but
alright, J Dash. You dunked on El Jefe again, so you did your job.
I don't know. I'm not debating that, man. He has a skill on like he has a way of pivoting so smoothly.
What the
It's
fuck are you
impressive.
talking about?
Dude, you brought up
Fucking
oil over
impressive.
uranium. You're like, I kind of sort of didn't say that.
Hold on. I've never heard that using natural gas turbines, these big turbines that these manufacturing facilities use and AI facilities, to use a nuclear reactor with the turbines. Jay, that's what you're saying? Because I'm not aware of that. Talking turbines.
I'm gonna do a few minutes of research and I'll get back to you. So I don't sound like an idiot.
No, okay.
150 people in here. I don't want to sound like a moron. I already do. Just even
Too
with
late,
things
J
I do
Dash.
know.
Too late.
I
sir.
know. Even when I know certain things, I sound like a moron. So let me figure this out.
It's alright. We still care about you.
All right, guys. Posted bought Nectar at 1750 when it pulled back. It's now at 2185, ripping up. So let's hope that bitch goes to like $50 at least.
Wait, which stock, Jeffrey? I'm sorry.
NKTR, Nectar Therapeutics.
Dude, will you play the crazy? You don't. Okay, interesting. You play the most interesting names.
It's trading at fucking cash, and they just passed phase 2. So
is this an investment, or
it'll get even easier, huh?
Is this like a long term thing that you're just trading around?
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. This should be up 5x, dude. There's my guy, Monative. Monative will know, Jay. If you guys don't mind,
bring Monative up just to let you know. I just did search Gemini, and they said natural gas turbines are not readily available due to supply chain bottlenecks, labor shortages, and surge in demand. Long lead times and backlogs for turbine manufacturers stretch delivery times up to 7 to 8 years.
Okay. Here's Monative. Monative will throw some 2 cents.
Dude. Oh my god.
So I sent Monative an invite, but Jeffrey,
Here it comes.
You gotta let people just be in listener if they want to be in listener. But
not when no twig bar. That's absolutely incorrect. Not when my reputation and argument is on the line here, bro.
All right. I said to him.
This is El Jefe from Colombia.
This is double top. So we're gonna double top and drop, or are we gonna break and clear all time highs?
I don't know.
Monative. We're arguing here about AI needing, even with your natural gas turbines, they need nuclear reactors. Number one. Number two is the lead and wait time between natural gas for AI, the turbines, versus these SMRs. Do you have any thoughts there?
Do you really wanted me to speak my mind or just give you an answer?
Speak your fucking mind, sir. Yeah, go ahead. Blast you.
Look, I've been saying this. Most SMR companies are going to die. Okay, couple will survive, but we're talking, nothing that's going to be actually connected to the grid for a few years at least. Okay, and few years means another election, another change of policy, potentially, God knows what else. Maybe a demand inflection. There's so many things. There is only one viable solution that provides growth for electricity generation in the meantime. There is only one option, that's natural gas. The way the way the industry is, and I've said this many times on Spaces, the best options are the equipment providers, the engineering construction companies, the pipelines, and then the commodity in that order. So commodity meaning producers, right? I really just don't like the pure commodity that's subject to so many things that I don't have enough knowledge to play. But yeah, every natural gas turbine producer is seeing increased demand because that's really the only practical one. And it's not just AI demand, right? You have huge growth worldwide in solar and wind, and there is no other way to balance the grid today. Batteries, as much as they are a hype, that's all they are. They're just a hype. They're not practical today. So most of that grid balancing has to come from, peaker plants, which is almost always natural gas. So anything in the natural gas equipment construction space is going to remain hot as long as we have demand from data centers.
Awesome. Thank you. Checkmate, Jay. Checkmate, sir. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Monative.
What was your even argument, Jeffrey? I don't even know what we're talking about.
I don't know. I just Jay's on my hit list now. Every time I
So Jeffrey, the one thing you listen, right? I mean that's the logical, analysis, right? The market is not logical, right? SMRs could go another 100x, and nobody could, fucking explain why it is the case, but it could just keep going.
Positioning.
Absolutely crazy, absolutely without any fundamental behind it. It's just purely craze driven, nothing else, right? And every one of these companies is pre-revenue. This is like worse than .com.
Whoa! This is not worse than .com.
Said
The hell it is not.
How is this not the
Explain
same
to
as
me.
.com? I mean, .com.
Explain to me
.com.
where there is revenue for SMR.
I mean, that's the same shit .com is doing though.
No, they're all pre-built. These are all pre-built. This is all pre-built. They're not even in the build phase. That's what he's saying. Like
they are in research and development phase. Come on.
Exactly.
We need to double our grid by 2030.
Natural gas, boys. Natural gas.
Yeah, you think SMRs are going to deliver power into the grid by 2030 in any sizable, addition?
I don't, because I've studied this.
Yeah, that's my point.
Okay, guys, we're good. Thank you, Monative. Awesome.
But I just,
yeah. But that doesn't mean. But listen, guys, he's saying that the SMRs could still go 100%.
They can have a small piece of it by 2030. Not sizable though. I don't think, but they could have a small piece and growing.
I'm not gonna lie. My favorite part.
If we have enough of a sustained growth, you're gonna see the large reactors come to play. Not just SMRs.
Oh,
you're gonna see.
Yeah.
So that's really where the economies of scale is. Because the problem is that's gonna not even be ready by 2035, let alone 2030. So that's the real problem. I mean, the eventual answer is going to be nuclear, and eventual answer is going to be large scale nuclear. But we're not there, right? So where is the gateway right now? That is all natural gas. At some point in time in the future, it will be SMRs. But let's at least get one plant in production first, right?
Okay, so Monative, if what I just read about the turbines is an issue, how do we get that natural? If they're building a new data center and they want to power it with natural gas, how does that happen? Right now, like within the next few years.
So when somebody writes a random article that turbine is an issue, it doesn't mean that it's completely industry wide, right? GEV might have sold out. They are the largest, obviously, they are the biggest US company.
Real quick. H pattern on the hourly Tesla. I added the 337 and a half puts.
Yeah. So J-Dash, you have Rolls-Royce, you have Leonardo, you have all of the, the major Japanese companies. So there are lots of options. It's just not, it's just not that simple, right? It is definitely going to be still faster, probably, in quarters to get production up in natural gas turbines than it will be to speed up SMRs. So it might be a problem short term, in which case you're probably going to end up going to diesel generators and things like that, to start these up. It's still not a SMR versus natural gas. I think they are really at different timelines in their execution.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent summary, guys. And
Just,
remember, we're all on the same team, Jay. But
yeah, just to let you know, this started because I literally just made a point. I didn't make an actual statement. One is going to beat the other. I just said the SMR is a play on AI.
Sure.
That is what I said. So when
Yeah,
you
but Jeffrey,
turned
you
it into
twisted it.
debate team.
Listen.
You turned it into debate team.
Exactly. But when you poke Jeffrey, I have to go after you for like a week or so. That's all.
My favorite part was when you told Monotip, speak your fucking mind.
That's right, goddamn. Because I knew what Monotip would preach. I knew it. Real quick, anybody looking at PRME, Prime Editing? It's a genomics play.
You can't take the white man out of El Jefe.
I was looking at it yesterday, and I was going to ask about it because it was genomics, gene editing, whatever.
Correct. And this is supposed to be the best one, the safest one. Let me pull it up real quick for you.
And since Monativ's up here, Monativ, do you have any opinion right now on Intel? Because I need to be talked off the ledge from full porting myself into Intel.
I'll be honest with you, man. I'm tempted to start a decent sized position in Intel. Look, this is going to, look bad, and suddenly it's going to look good. There's no, in between in this. So I'm coming to the realization that it's a matter of months before their production or yield improves in their fabs, and that's a one-way thing. The moment you see yields go up significantly, that's it. You're going to start customers lining up, because capacity in TSM is limited and they're still able to pass on cost increases, which means they are dictating all the terms to the customers. The customers have a choice, then you're going to see them move away. So if you want to really watch where Intel is going to start inflecting, it's probably better to keep a very close eye on monthly production numbers in TSM and see if they're able to still keep passing on cost increases.
Do you know
But
the
I like
R&D
Intel here.
costs to switch to Intel? Because you can't just take your design and give it to Intel, right?
Yes and no. There are parts which you can switch with relatively low cost. There are things that you cannot switch at all, right? And there's everything else in between. So my point is, there will be significant easy low-hanging fruit that Intel is able to grab at a good profit margin that will be enough of an inflection for the stock. Certainly, it will be a narrative change. That's all is needed, right? You don't really need actual numbers to play out. You just need the narrative to change, and the stock could be up 20-30%.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you for that. And also, this CEO is pretty well respected industry wide, right? I feel like if they get some momentum, they'll start believing that he's going to actually turn it around.
Well, it's as much as well. The simple answer is yes. Liputan is very very reputed. Certainly, within the industry and certainly in the area, he's very well known. But it's not like the last CEOs didn't have the reputation either. It's just that he ran out of the runway. That's it, right? It's not anything specifically that he did that was so terrible. He just didn't. The flip didn't happen within the time he had, and he ran out of time. So given the new CEO is going to have a little bit of time, it'll probably be good for him, right? More lucky than anything that he's doing so phenomenally better than the last CEO.
Do you know if the high NA process is moving along? Just curious. I could do that research myself, but
I have to look up. Just follow. I think Dylan has a new article out on Intel, or it's coming out. Take a look at that. Semi analysis. See if he has something written. I think he's either going to write or he has an article out. Go take a look.
Blue Suit Dylan, or whatever his name is.
Dylan Patel. He's a good friend of mine.
Okay.
So he runs an outfit called Semi Analysis that's now used by pretty much a large swath of hedge funds to understand the how the industry is executing.
Can you throw him up in the nest, Monativ? Or just DM me and I'll throw him in the nest so everyone else can follow the individual. Is that possible? Is he on Twitter?
Yeah, you can sign up for his, their newsletter. It's expensive, the full report,
Okay.
at least to a retail. I think it's expensive, but you
How
get
much is it?
a few thousand for the year.
Oh, that's not expensive.
Yeah, for me it is.
So does he post on
that
X or is it's a newsletter?
Yeah, Jeffrey, I sent you his Twitter handle.
Okay,
so.
perfect. I'm gonna put it in the nest just for everyone. If you don't,
They're
can I put
guys
that?
charge.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, you should sign up regardless because his newsletter, he gives a snippet of it. Basically, you even get a preview of it when it gets released. And I'll say that to me was the inflection point with AMD. That stock, when his letter came out a few months ago on AMD, was pretty much right around the bottom of it. And they've actually been in there with like giving suggestions to Lisa Su, like having meetings with them, and clearly it worked.
Awesome stuff, guys. Hey, Kevin, I actually just went out and bought 5,000 shares of Prime Editing. MG pointed me out this name.
Which one?
Prime. It's 90% below IPO price. And 1 second.
He pointed that out for you to buy?
He just kind of talked about this name with me.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And I believe the CEO, he knows, and he's what did he say?
No, that's not it.
Nobel Prize in Medicine.
No,
Classmate.
No, it's Beam. No, you're wrong. It's Beam.
No, sir. I've got it's Prime. But yeah, he did talk to me about Beam too, knowing the CEO there too. But he said this David Liu, who bought the shares recently, you'll see him, the insider buying. David Liu was another. So, dude, MG's been around with some really smart individuals. This dude, he thinks this guy will win the Nobel Prize for medicine with Prime Editing. So it's the safest way for gene editing. This company, and I'll post something in the nest for you guys. But it's $2.50. MG thinks it'll get bought, but if you look at the daily, it's starting to round up, starting to pull out a rounded bottom. So
wait, this is you asked him about this, or he brought this up to you?
He brought this up to me.
Interesting.
Hey, is the ticker Prime?
Yes.
What's up, everybody?
Yes, I'm gonna. Yeah, do you know what? RB Prime.
No, I'm just trying to key it up as you mentioned it. Then you mentioned MG, and I was really looking at it.
Yo, YOLO left? Oh yeah, he did leave. Shit, Apple is over 202. Told him. Held over 201. Apple was gonna run.
Yeah, Jeffrey, these biotechs are beat up. I was mentioning it the other day, but they're definitely like bottoming to some extent, hopefully.
Like maybe he knows CEOs, but he's friends with the Beam one.
Yeah, this one. This guy was in his. This guy's a classmate of his. This.
Jeffrey, you're mute.
Oh shit. I'm sorry if you didn't hear me. I guess this other guy was a classmate of MG's as well, so he personally knows him. And both the Beam guy and this guy, son, they're two different companies. But I'm trying to post it to the nest. So it's a genomics play.
I'm gonna go eat some lunch real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, man. Enjoy.
Yeah, because this is like one of the ones that I look for, right? So when I seen it, I was gonna ask you about it. Then we had a whole bunch of bullshit going on over the weekend. Totally slipped my mind. But yeah, I like this too. I like the float. I mean, I didn't even check to see if it had short interest. Yeah, it looks pretty good.
What are you guys talking about? I stepped away.
I don't know. I'm looking at Beam right now.
PRME, Prime Medicine.
So I know a fact that he owns Beam for sure and has been holding Beam.
We
I'm
talked
looking at
about
the
that
Beam
that beat.
CEO. Looks legitimate. Looks like he looks like one of the founding fathers of the country.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Beam CEO.
Okay,
I'll
guys.
send it.
So I just
Yeah, he was.
I posted to the nest. Yeah, son. He also owns Beam, and he thinks Beam's incredible too. Yeah, but he owns both. He just said he just picked up more shares here. We talked about it. Then I did some looking, and I found a bunch of videos on Prime and seeing a lot of information where Prime editing is probably the safest genomics play, kind of CRISPR based editing. So it seems pretty good. But anyways, it's cheap at $2.30, whatever it is down here. Posted up in the nest. MG pointed me out this stock, so he didn't say buy it or not. He's buying it, and he really likes the management here.
Yeah, it's one of them. It's one of them that popped up for me. Like I said, one that popped up for me, and I was trying to check it out and see what ask around. But like I say, it slipped my mind. But I'm glad to know that other people like it.
They have options in? Yeah, they do.
There's a video I posted in the nest, guys, if for anybody's interested. Obviously, this is a longer term play. It's probably not a trade, but who knows.
Damn, the option chain only goes to January 2026. Maybe I'll buy some shares in this.
Jeffrey, just to confirm, he didn't go to school with MG. I don't know why you're saying he went to school with him, because this guy went to University of Toronto.
I don't know. He said he DM'd me saying it's a classmate of his. So
okay.
Here.
Classmate could mean anything. It could mean high school classmate. It could mean undergrad classmate. It could mean.
Because he's definitely managed capital, so maybe he is a friend of his. But I'm saying classmate.
So specifically, he said he's a classmate that will win. That will win the Nobel Prize in medicine. That's exactly.
That's what he told me about Beam.
My guy David. David
Okay.
Liu bought more shares. He's a classmate that will win the Nobel Prize in medicine.
Classmate, one word, or
Well,
classmate, two words? He could
the
be a
Beam guy looks
classy
legit.
mate.
But whatever, guys. I don't think it's that important. But anyways, Yeah, MG pointed me out this name, and I
It's
thought
a
I'd bring it up.
$2 stock. You want it to go to $4 and be done. That's it.
What's that?
Said it's a $2 stock. You guys have so much of English parsing going on for a $2 stock. Come on.
Yeah. But
Well, yeah, but you want to know if this is to hold for more than for a double, or it's not just a play if MG's holding it, right?
And MG's, and I don't like because it was a DM, but he thinks the stock will get bought. That's all. Maybe I should have MG in here and let him speak his mind. But I just said he pointed me to the stock, and it does look pretty good chart wise. And then looking it up, I like gene editing. I think gene editing is not ready yet, but 10 years from now, look out, right? Like the 5 to 10 year frame. I think these things are going to be in the trillions.
Yeah, if this could get over 257 and then 291, it could go to 536 on this prime. Over 291, I have 536 on prime.
We just bring up names. Like nobody has to buy anything, and you shouldn't buy it because someone else is in it.
Dude, that's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about anything, long term.
No, but okay. So thesis gene editing, I think.
I know. Yeah.
Hertz is at $7. Hertz at $7.
We already did it. Like we already talked about it. It's all good. It's just that's why I said we were talking about it.
Let's go.
Let's go. Yo, look at the Roku chart now, bro. This thing is just straight up.
I love fucking Roku. I know everybody hates it, but
Bro, I
dude,
got burned on Roku like 2 times. I stay away. But I don't know. I could change my mind.
SPY over six. So, guys, back to the SPY chart really quick. SPY held over that level of 605.74 and starting to push. So my next level is the 607. What is this? 607.60 on SPY.
Oh, shit.
As
Yeah,
long
George,
as it
that's the
holds
problem
over
with
that
these.
605.74. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. So,
No, it's alright. No, I was just gonna say that's the problem with these stocks that have a lot of overhead resistance. It's like they could they're gonna crap out or they squeeze, right? And it's
yeah.
just fucking annoying.
Hey son, did you see the note I sent you on Google?
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean like
Yes.
no, I know what you're saying, and I didn't want to like try to like it wasn't FUD. I'm just like I'm trying to see what like she's not a dumb person, and what I mean by that is like I'm trying to see like how is there an ever systemic risk? Because like obviously Google search can't be a systemic risk this year. Like so I'm really confused why someone would say that. So that's the only reason
So
why I brought
the
it up.
again, right, the systemic risk is certainly from regulation, but I think when you get there, you're going to find out that it's a sum of the parts story, right? That's what I meant.
But
So for every one of those, look, the management has done a terrible job of actually explaining all the problems because there's an answer to every one of those, and it's not that dire. It's still the cheapest, it's still the cheapest mag stock.
yeah, yeah. No, I'm very bullish Google. I mean, that's my biggest mag holding. But I'm just wondering, like, from regulation, is there an issue with like the board, like some sort of systemic risk like that, like with the way the board is set up, or I'm not sure if that's possible. That's what I'm wondering about, like the
Look,
structural.
I still think Sundar is gone, within the next few quarters. I don't know. I hope it's sooner than that, but more and more everything I hear from inside is that AI is pretty much run by Demis and Sergey, and really Sundar doesn't have any direct input on it. That itself to me is a sign that there is a check and balance, and it's not that the CEO is actually able to run it the way he wants. That has changed in the last 18 months, and it's become more and more open now. If you see any of the presentations on AI that are public, you'll see that it's led by Demis and Sergey, and Sundar is nowhere in the picture.
I hope so, man. But thank you for sending that, Monty.
Just giving you guys an update on Generac, GNRC. Generac is at 135.27 right now. Those 140 calls for September are up $300 per contract. The 130 for same expiration are up $460 a contract on Generac. These were all called out in here, by the way.
Nectar just hit 23 from the buy target of 1750, $23 and rising. I still think it goes to 50. We'll see. Hit double from
If
here.
you're not watching Hertz, HTZ,
Yep,
my
that
suggestion
one
is
is
you should take a
moving
look at that daily time frame of the weekly.
over $7 now.
You guys nailed Hertz the first time. Good job. Baby, did you poop in the toilet? It's so stinky the toilet. You poop? You're not working out today, mamas? You're not working out today?
Jeffrey trying to get the wife out of the house.
She works out every day for hours. So, but you know, she never misses it. But we're like I said, we're remodeling the house, so
Yeah.
she's doing.
How's your Spanish doing, Jeffrey?
Very poquito. I'm not
Poquito
even
español. Poquito español.
Sí. Yeah. Muy poquito.
Simón ese, yo hablo.
Piquito or pequeño?
Both.
Both.
He sounds like he wanted to say potato.
What's the difference? You know the difference? Pequeño is just small. Poquito is a little bit.
And little.
Anything,
Itty bitty
anything with
amount.
ito, yeah, you put that ito at the end of it. That just gives you a degree of small,
I got
an
it.
extra degree.
Yeah.
Or you would be like otto. It'd be like the degree of big, like grandotto.
Picap, I know you called out Hertz. Do you guys see the Avis one car? That one's pumping too.
Didn't even go back and look at it. Go look.
Yeah, it might be going back to the 240 level. That one's 165 now, moved 12% today.
Son of a gun.
Self-driving rentals, that would be a cool idea. They just come to you and they drive you around and you just return it. That's it.
You don't even have to return it, right? You just let
it would return
go back.
itself. Yeah, it would return itself at the end
No,
of
no,
the rental
that's
agreement.
that's true. I meant they drop you off back at the gate and then you don't care.
So I'm glad we have all of you guys in here. Let me ask you a question. So
Hold on, before you ask that, MT, wouldn't it be plausible to think that it would drop you off at the house and it would just drive itself back?
Well, that's the point, right? Otherwise, what's the use? It should, right?
Guys, isn't that what fucking Uber already does, or a taxi? Like, I'm sorry, like.
No, but
That's actually
this
a
is
good
like,
point. Like, do
you
you
know,
want to rent a car for a whole week, or you just do, Uber? It depends on what the price difference is.
well, there's a massive difference. If you have to do 2 or 3 trips a day, your rental is already going to have, beat the break even there from Uber. If you're going to do anything more than that, and if you're not, and if you have no really short trips back and forth, especially, rentals are better. So
Sorry, I should
yeah.
have said Uber. I meant like in the future when everything is self-driving. It seems like the economy,
Market's pumping. I'm grabbing Q calls.
the economics would lean towards just getting it as needed would be cheaper. I don't know.
So I think the unsaid part of this entire self-driving thing is the maintenance, the cleanup, the support system for keeping the cars up to date and all that stuff. I think that's completely lost on the Tesla pricing model. So that's probably where all these fleet owners come into the picture. The ability to buy at a discount, the ability to have warehouses to maintain it, to charge it, to clean it, to fix it. All of those things I think are not clearly laid out by the people that talk about robotaxis going to the moon at $1 trillion market cap right now. You saw yesterday, right? There's a whole lot of complaints from bystanders, pedestrians, users about not users, bystanders, pedestrians, other drivers about erratic driving of robotaxis, and there was a whole bunch of complaints sent to NTSB, and they are taking a look at it. So this is not as straightforward. I don't think wide use of self-driving is there yet. It's still going to be pockets.
Yeah, people complain about the Waymos being kind of nasty.
So hold on a second. So you guys are bullish on a company that it's not even a level 3 yet for self-driving, right? So it's supposed to be fully autonomous, but it can't motherfucking clean itself? Okay. I'll wait.
They
The
should have like
self-driving car can't clean its own self.
We
that's
should have like a
interesting
hose
thing.
inside and just like
Yeah.
spray itself down after every ride, dry
It
it, you know.
better be able to clean itself, give itself a car wash. I mean, like, I'm just not bullish Tesla. I mean, I'm gonna play the chart, but long term, I'm not bullish right now. But I'm gonna play what's in front of me, regardless. If it's going up, I'm gonna play that. But
So you don't
we can't
agree
even
with
we
Dan?
can't.
All right, so we are seeing SPY making a high. I closed the rest of my 601 calls. 104% profit. This is an aggressive short zone. I'm going to take an aggressive SPY short here. Again, market is still trending to the upside, but I am going to get into a bit of a SPY short. Second, this is going to be a 0 DTE play. 606. All right, guys, I took 606 SPY put, aggressive 606 SPY put at 58 cents. It was a half position. Play here. We've got a potential for a little bit of a dip. QQQ looks like it's charging for all-time high. We just entered 606 puts on SPY. Rigetti trying to break out to the high side here. Nice little move on RGTI. Come on, SPY. So SPY has achieved my upside target. I repeat, SPY has achieved my upside target for the day. It can go higher, but I'm thinking we see a bit of profit taking off of this zone. My target on SPY, basically right back down to a Pierce of 606. Nice little dip here. Nice little dip. Come on. Give us more. Give us more. Get high. See if we get a pre-market high retest. Rigetti's still acting well here. Come on. Give us a big wick down. Nice price action in Rigetti. That's still shaking and moving. Yeah, Circle's not cooperating, but that's okay. We've still got time in the session. It's still trading in a little bit of bearish environment. It should. It's trying to make a little bit of a move here. CRCL. Trying to grab some more liquidity, I think, before it makes a move down. The market's just been relentless, right? So it's been a tough one to go any lower. You're still seeing distribution, though. I still think we're going to get any sort of a dip in the market is likely going to send Circle down. SPY coming in. But it's still in bearish and a little bit of a bearish trend on CRCL. And I mean, it could want to test this upper sloping trend line of resistance, but we'll see. We will see. Step back at RGTI. Yeah, look at Rigetti going, guys. Nice move on RGTI. Come on, SPY. Again, SPY target is a Pierce of 600. I will look for a profit target around this Fibonacci zone. Pierce of 606, sorry, not 600. A Pierce of 606. And that just so happens to be your pre-market high on SPY. Come on. Give it to us. Position where I would consider adding to SPY is a tap of 607. I would consider adding to SPY. Tap of 607. Tesla's still down about 1.7%. SPY looking to make another move here. Squeeze. Big move. Come on. Pop into this 1170 zone. punching through here, making new highs on the session. SPY is trying to punch through here. Big strength in semiconductors coming back into play. SMCI back up 5% on the session. Pretty much almost recapturing the entire down move from yesterday. Quite crazy. Tesla still struggling immensely. SPY spiking here. 607, I'll take a secondary fill. Microsoft retesting its pre-market high. Apple big reversal back to the upside. Tesla still floundering in this lower boundary range. Google making a move. Let's look at your Qs. Qs are trying to probably sweep some high pivot zones here intraday. Wow, look at Qs. They're almost at all-time highs. It looks like the market wants to gun for all-time highs today. That's quite crazy. Imagine we hit all-time high on the Qs today. We're not that far away. Qs are not that far away. That's insane. We could be gunning there today. You got the war coming to an end. You got Powell emphasizing that rate cuts are back on the table. You got oil dropping, inflation scares maybe softening here. You got gold fear trade unwinding a little bit. Lots of liquidity in this market. Entry into SPY there. My final entry at 45 cents. My average is sitting at 50 cents on these SPY 6060 DTE puts. $601 SPY calls we took for about 104% on the swing trade side. Beautiful to see. Pulled quite a bit of swing trade profits out of the market today. Looking for a bit of put options here. Again, it's a tough short. Markets are looking to gun for all-time highs. SPY holding that 607 zone. Rigetti selling off a little bit here. SMCI holding around 5%. Tesla trying to catch a bit of a bid. Markets are squeezing here. Markets are absolutely squeezing. SPX is into some key resistance here. You can see this upsloping trend line on SPX daily chart. It is tagging some resistance, but it's looking like it wants to press for that all-time high. I would expect a little bit of a pullback before it tests that zone. Rope in a little bit of this long liquidity, pullback, and then a continuation would be very welcomed. So pullback in SPY and SPX, and then a continuation is what I'm looking for. Maybe they want to just trend it, but Qs are obviously much closer to all-time highs. So let's see what the Qs are trading away from all-time highs by about 93 cents. That's nothing. 0.17% away from all-time highs. SPX is trading away from all-time highs by about just under 1%, 0.85%. There's a nice little pullback starting in SPY. Give us a little bit of a pullback here. Take us back to 606. Come on. Take us back to 606. I would love to see a pre-market high retest on SPY. Take us down. Dip us. JP saying 1.7 and 1.4 million block on SPX calls. Yep, people are chasing this. People are certainly chasing it higher into all-time high. They think we can hit it today and this week. We could hit it this week, but I'm expecting a small pullback and then a continuation. Still got quite a bit of time in this market. We've rallied quite nicely with minimal pullbacks. So they're going to punish a lot of the late chasers here, I think. Just as people bought a little bit of this breakout top here, they're going to punish them. I would love to see a retest on SPY back to 605.98 and then a continuation move higher. That's kind of what I'm expecting. So there's going to be a lot of buy the dip. We fulfilled the upside target on the daily session. Come on, give us more. Take us back to 606. Take us back to 606. Come on. We got more. Come on, take us down. Come on, SPY, take us down. Yeah, it's incredible, this market price action. Like Bart's saying, it's amazing. 2 months ago, SPY at 481, world's supposed to end, Trump destroying everything, and now close to new all-time highs. You got it. You got it. What a V-shaped recovery. This has been a sharper V-shaped recovery than the COVID crash. Insane. You can't tell me there wasn't liquidity being injected somehow, but quite nasty. All right, we got contracts starting to wake up in favor here. Let's see more downside. I want that pre-market high retest. This is an aggressive zone. 605.98, your pre-market high is an aggressive zone to go long. Nice dump. Come on, let's take these contracts slower. Let's see us. Let's see us. Come on. Keep going. Keep going there. You got more in you, SPY. You got more. What's happening with NVIDIA? NVIDIA's barely pulled back here. Come on. Apple seeing a nice pullback. Come on, dip more, dip more. Microsoft bearish engulfing on the 5-minute chart. Come on, give us more. You can see the relentless buying the dip coming back into this market. Minimal support there. I think we still can sell off a little bit more. Microsoft getting a little bit of distribution signals here. Microsoft testing that pre-market high zone and losing it. So Microsoft typically leads this market, or it has been in recent sessions, but notice the difference. NVIDIA well above its pre-market high, Microsoft testing right on its pre-market high, SPY trading just above its pre-market high. Bitcoin breaking out here, testing 106,000 on Bitcoin, looking quite firm in the grand scheme of price action. Bitcoin looking very nicely. Still waiting on this CRCL. It is starting to melt a little bit right now. I'm still bearish CRCL. I think we are going to see this start to break down. Come on, give it to us, CRCL. Rigetti starting to come in just a touch here. Come on, SPY. Come on, CRCL is starting to wake up here. We're seeing a lot of increased price action in CRCL. There will be some minor support here at pre-market low, but we've tested that area once, created a lower high, sorry, a higher low, another higher low. I think we're going to smash through that zone. Let's break this neckline on Circle. Come on, it's been hovering at this neckline for such a long time. I think we are getting very close. I'd love to see my SPY puts, 0DTEs print at the same time as our Circle puts. That could happen. Getting some lower prints on SPY, potentially a little bit of a 1-minute head and shoulders if it's a very small micro pattern. If this breaks on SPY, we could see a move back down to, again, just around that 600 level. That's all we need. That is all we need on these SPY puts. Not looking for really anything crazy, just a nice back test of pre-market high on SPY. Come on, Circle. Dump Circle. on, break this level, SPY. Break it. Break it. You know you want to break it. Here we go. Come on, SPY. SPY's triggering this 1 minute head and shoulders. Let's go. Contracts are waking up here. 0DT puts. Come on. Give us some lower prints. Give us some lower prints. Look at this, guys. Puts are absolutely printing. Beautiful breakdown there. Stunning breakdown on SPY. Come on, give us more. Give us more. I want pre-market high. Come on, give us more, SPY. You know you want to. Circle looking a little bit vulnerable here. CRCL. Come on, no back test. Just dump it right away. Hard dump on SPY. Come on. Hard dump. Anonymous saying in and out of calls all day, but WTI continues to DIR. Oh, die. Continues to die. All right, guys. Here we go. Look at the down move. Beautiful. Beautiful. We're up 12 cents a contract here. Come on, a little bit more. We are finding a little bit of near-term support. Next wick down, guys, I'm going to trim. If we get another wick down here, I'm looking to trim. Come on, give us another wick down. Come on. Volume down. Spike it down. Come on. CRCL breaking down as well. I'm watching that too on my other screen. Alright guys, I just trimmed some of my SPY puts. I trimmed half at 64 cents. 64 cents. Beautiful. Moving stop loss to break even. Trade is risk free. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Amazing. That was beautiful. Nice little trade there, guys. Let's look at CRCL. That's starting to fall. So nice little 28% win on SPY puts. Congrats if anyone took that with us. Still riding circle puts. Look at Circle. Circle's up next, guys. CRCL is up next to the downside. Let's go. Break it. Break it. Break it. Come on, give us a nice quick dump on circle. It's weak. Does not want to break down yet. We're still seeing CRCL testing this crazy little support zone. SPY is breaking down here a little bit more. A little bit more here on SPY. There's still a potential downside target of around 606. Pierce of 606 would be nice. That's your pre-market high, but this market is in a raging bull market. Thank you, Henry. Yep, that was a nice little trade. We just hopped on because we spotted an opportunity. Had plenty of time for everyone to execute on those 606 puts. Plenty of time. We just need CRCL to cooperate here. Rigetti is close to hitting my stop loss. I'm looking at a 5-minute close below 1142 is my stop loss on RGTI. You are testing some support here. So this is an aggressive area to short SPY again, lower. This is an aggressive area to short SPY again. The risk is basically getting a little bit of a breakout of this previous high pivot zone. CRCL is trying to break down. In the 606 puts on SPY. Aggressive at 48 cents. On SPY. Drop it low here. Drop it low. Still very strong, SPY. Sorry for saying there's a buyer not allowing CRCL to go below 245. Yeah, but you know what? I think they're going to drop it here shortly. Everything that I'm seeing is pointing towards lower price. You're going to get probably a 3-bar surge down on the 15-minute chart here. So I'm back in SPY puts at 48 cents. 6060 DTEs. This was a bit of a failed breakout on CRCL right over here. This is an important candle to trade off of. Looked like it was trying to negate the short-term downtrend. They got a lot of liquidity trying to buy the breakout off of this basing formation. And now they're taking it lower. They're just selling into it. So you can see we're right on the lower boundary wedge here. SPY, you know you got one more down leg. You know you do. You know you do. nvidia still up 2%, SMCI up 5, Bitcoin just over 106. Micron still a monster. That's at the highs of the session. No pullback in sight for MU. Tesla still down 1.38%, lagging the market today, digesting its robo-taxi gains. No, that's a half position, Sarfraz, but I'm not really looking to add any more. So technically it is kind of a full position, but I'm not going to add any more. 606. And if we get any sort of a close above these previous pivots here, we can sweep it, but any sort of a close above that, I'd look to stop out. So we took profits on the first chunk, 28%, move stop to break even, that stopped us out. I've re-entered. Looking for a little bit more downside, but the market's still very strong. They're not going to let it go down easy. The volume's fairly light in this time frame. So they could try to keep this elevated into power hour. We'll certainly see. It's a very small position. I only have 10 contracts. It's very small. Not risking a lot because it's not the most ideal time frame to trade right now. Come on, circle. Views are still up nicely on the session. ,6%, Amazon up 2.5%. Ah, Rigetti not cooperating here. Rigetti's testing my stop loss target here. RGTI. Let's just take a look at this 15-minute chart. Still technically holding. There's CRCL. Here we go. We're breaking to the downside on CRCL. This is the action I was looking for. Come on, give us more. Give us more. That's a big knife down on CRCL. Come on. Here we go. We're finally exhausting that buyer. Take us lower. Come on, CRCL. Drop us. Contracts are starting to wake up now. Let's go. We're getting some low prints here. Finally. CRCL starting to break, guys. Prior day low, I'm looking to trim. I guess I would have to sell everything. I only have one contract on CRCL, so I can only sell the full size. I can't even trim, fuck. But I have a downside target of 227.95. We just need 235s to get in the money. Come on. Give us a knife down. I'm going to let it try to tap this prior day low to exit my put option on CRCL. Come on. CRCL is breaking now. Get ready to exit this. Contracts are about to go in the money. Come on. Come on, CRCL. One more dump on CRCL. Nice hard dump. We're down over 10.5%. Give it to us. Close to in the money there. Come on, CRCL. They're trying to bounce it here. They're trying to bounce it. We did briefly tap in the money there on CRCL. I still think that there's a bit more. We actually missed in the money by 2 cents on the 235 puts. Come on, give us a little bit more. That was a lot of consolidation to go lower. CRCL put, 235 put is in the money. If you're wanting to trim, it's not a bad area to do so. I'm waiting for one more little dip. Come on, give us one more little dip and I will be trimming CRCL here. Come on. Come on, give me one more. Give me one more. One more little dip. Break it, break it. This is a lot of consolidation. SPY's trying to bounce. Give me one more flush and I will be out of CRCL. I want to see if we can tap prior day low. Come on. Sweep that prior day low liquidity. All right, SPY might stop me out. SPY looking much stronger here. Come on, one more dip down on CRCL through 235. 235 was tagged exactly to the penny. Still holding SPY short. SPY almost stopped me out there, but we're getting some top wicks off of that zone. Come on, Circle. Take us down. We've been patient with Circle. We should get one more little flush. Come on. Take us lower. People are trying to buy this zone. There we go. We're testing 235 yet again. There it is, guys. Boom. I am all out of Circle. I'm all out of Circle. Thank you very much. Nice $480 to me. All out of Circle. $235 put in the money. Beautiful. Nice trade there, guys. Nice trade. If you took that with us, we were patient all day long. Look at this thing melting to the downside. Melting to the downside. Beautiful. Beautiful put play in Circle, guys. Boom. Sarfraz caught that. Nice job, Sarfraz. Yep, everyone had prior day low is going to be some support. We still could go lower. That's Head and Shoulders target 1 at 227. Honestly, Circle over the next couple days could even head down to 194. I would consider off of a bounce, I would consider taking some, they're just so expensive. It's the only troublesome, but that was a nice trade. That was a really nice trade. Look at that. Stunning, stunning session today. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Like that. All right. What else is transpiring now in the equity markets? Oh, look at SPY. What a nasty down candle. Was that news? What the heck was that? What was that? Oh my, look at that rejection on SPY. Whoa. That was crazy. That was crazy. All right, these puts are starting to wake up, guys. Wow. That was a nasty little dump there. Let's see if we can go down to target, guys. Let's see if SPY wants to test lower. Yeah, Hood's very strong. I'm not adding to Hood yet. I gave my upside. I'm just managing the SPY put trade here, guys. We are printing. We are printing on SPY. All right, guys, I'm taking a trim here, selling half of the contracts. Sold half of SPY at 61 cents. That was beautiful. Next target on SPY is your pre-market high. Come on, give us a leg down on pre-market high. So around 606, if we get another wick down on SPY, I will look to exit the rest of these 606 0DT puts. That was beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Nice trades here into the close. Beautiful trades into the close here. It's not even power hour and we're getting some nice action. We took SPY puts once, banked 28%. Took SPY puts again, banked quite nicely. Now I wish I took more. CRCL netted a few $100s on that trade. Amazing. Amazing. Rigetti, unfortunately not cooperating right now. I'm close to being stopped out of RGTI. Beautiful. That was stunning. All right, SPY should break down even more. We can break down even more. Again, this head and shoulders target was around 606.06. You can see pre-market highs trading just below 606. Here we go. Come on, give us more. Tesla back down over 2% on the session, breaking the lows, guys. Tesla's got a really nasty bear flag forming on the 5-minute chart. 15-minute chart looks quite disgusting for TSLA. Yikes. Tesla's looking nasty. Look at this bearish chart on Tesla. That's just dirty. Let's look at Google again. Google still holding okay. Nvidia's starting to come down. Next flush, guys, on SPY. I trim the rest of these puts. Again, I only have 5 contracts left on the 6060 DTE, priced at 48 cents. I trimmed 5 already. Tesla looks like a short here. Tesla looks like a continuation short. So I hope everyone banked on all of those 3 quick trades. CRCL, SPY puts. Still got some runners, 5 contracts left. I'm going to keep a break-even stop loss on my SPY puts. My average is at 48 cents. Break-even stop loss on the rest of the 5 contracts. We can always re-enter if the market were to push. But we should see likely I like this sell-off price action into the close because this potentially sets up for a squeeze into the end of the day. I think that the market's pulling back now provides a good risk to reward opportunity to go long into power hour, which should be a nice little session to trade as well. But you can see the SPX putting in a nice little hourly topping tail. You can see the resistance that we traded right into on the daily chart of SPX. You can't argue with that resistance for the time being. All right, here comes the next leg lower in SPY. Come on, give it to us. All right, guys, and I did take a stop on RGTI off of this bounce. I'm all out of my Rigetti 1150 calls for a small loss. I repeat, we are seeing some 15-minute chart support, but I'm not liking this little bit of a bearish breakdown on Rigetti. See if it wants to firm up here, but I'm all out. Let's flip back to CRCL. Look at that. Target 1 on circle hit to a T. Stunning. Stunning price action. Let's look at nvidia. Nvidia is still holding steady, catching a minor little bid. But a pretty decent down move there. SPY is close to stopping me out. Break even on the remaining 5 contracts. Very close to stopping me out. Still holding steady. Still looking like a bit of a bear flag, but Nvidia's trying to bounce. Apple's looking somewhat weak. I might consider a short on Tesla, guys, to be honest. This is a bearish range on Tesla. What do we want to do with Tessie, eh? Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. That is a nasty little bear flag. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? That's the back test there. What are 340 puts looking like on Tesla? That's a bit of a scalp short. Let's see, 340. 340 put on Tesla, end of week, $6.55 right now. If I buy 10 contracts, about 6,500. 6,600 bucks. Okay, so again, next dip down on SPY. If we get a wick down, I'm looking to exit my 0 DTEs. Not adding to hood yet. Oh, Tesla. I'm contemplating adding on Tesla. All right, SPY taking another leg lower here. Get ready to exit the full position off of this next downward move. We have a target of just around 606. Come on. Give us another low. Break this bear flag. Let's see where the selling is coming into. Nvidia trying to bounce. Microsoft. That's trying to bounce. Apple. Apple's really starting to come in. Where do we have support on Apple? Still a little bit lower on Apple. Come on. Give it to us. Semiconductors are just so strong though. That's really what's keeping this market buoyant for the time being. Are these SOXX semi names? They're phenomenally strong. Nvidia making another move up. Give us another wick down. Give us another wick down. Is anyone shorting Tesla at the moment? Does anyone hold any positions in Tesla? Come on, SPY. Give us another leg lower. One more little leg lower. SPY stopped me out at break even. 48 cents break even on the rest of the 5 contracts. Out of SPY at break even on the rest of those contracts. So if Circle were to bounce now, where is the bounce zone? If CRCL were to bounce back up into this 237 zone, 235, that would be the next short zone, I think, that I'd consider entering into. But that trade just absolutely minted a nice amount of profit. Again, called that out here. Live trading. Let's see. That's still coming in. Since we just executed a few more trades there in quick succession, taking 2 wins on SPY, puts, 2 different trades, a nice win on CRCL, and a small loss on Rigetti, RGTI. But nevertheless, beautiful job if you caught some of those trades with us. If I see any other opportunities, obviously I'm just a button away from unmuting and jumping back on. Still watching the markets. Gonna grab a little bit of a late lunch here. Refuel for power hour. Maybe we have some additional trades coming into the close. We will certainly look for more opportunities. But just be careful, SPY is going through a little bit of minor distribution. I'd love to see it consolidate in this range, SPY, for the next, say, 90 minutes. And then we could be setting up for a bit of a bounce and press into the end of the day. I do think that we can still get a strong bounce into the end of the day.
Inner workings of the market that you want to share with people. This is the time to do that, not the first couple hours of the market when it opens because you're bored and you want to, feel the air. But it's not the time to do it.
So fundamental now. VKTX July $30 calls I bought. They're at
Jeffrey is on point with the VKTX, bro.
Nectar.
You got shares in that, or you got?
Yes.
Oh.
Almost hitting 24 here. I think this thing goes to $30, dude. Short term here.
What, VKTX?
No, sir, NKTR. But yeah, I bought $30 for July monthlies.
On which one, Nectar or VKTX?
VKTX. Nectar, you got to wait till it calms down a little bit to buy shorter term options.
Meta ain't done yet.
You know what I'm about to do? I'm about to get crazy. Hold on a second here. Okay. Man, we missed that short on Circle, bro. Whew. Look at Circle daily chart right now. Just a nasty hanging man.
Circle was a short.
Yep, it sure is.
FYI, EU warns that baseline Trump tariffs would still lead to retaliation. Negative tariff news right there.
That's the kind of shit I need to see for my 39 MP calls to print tomorrow.
Mhm. Interesting. All right, I grabbed Circle 210 puts for this week. Already up 8%. Not financial advice. Do not jump into this if you're not willing to lose your ass. No Diddy.
No Diddy, man. Damn.
I said it. No Diddy. Yep, that's it. I'm done playing. I'm not playing anything else. That's it.
Yeah, whatever.
Nah, I'm stepping away right now. I'm going outside. I'll be back. So you guys have fun.
Microsoft looks bullish. I don't know, man. I'd be surprised if Tesla goes ahead and pushes back up towards the higher day. Tesla just looks like it just isn't strong right now. So Bitcoin, after pulling back and testing the MAs, is so far holding serve at 106, trying to hold 106. Oracle clear 215, look like it's trying to continue pushing higher. You got the VIX. The VIX is currently sitting at support. I'm not sure if it's going to bounce or if it's going to continue to dip, but it's been kind of hanging out here for the last 45 minutes, waiting for the VIX to give us direction. The market still looks like it wants to go higher, but doesn't really look that strong. IWM still looks weak. Dow still looks weak. I mean, everything still looks weak, but they're not going down. Meta still looks strong. Looks like it wants to go ahead and test a higher day with 713. Nvidia still looks strong. Looks like it wants to go try to make a run at the higher day. Microsoft still looks strong. Run at higher day. Similar with Amazon. Google doesn't look strong. Google looks weak. Google actually looks like it wants to go down and test for some support levels. Gold, GLD is starting to try to perk up. Honorable mention Palantir just cleared high a day. Looked like it's pushing towards 2% up on the day. Hood looks like it's found support after pulling back. Look like it wants to go make a run at that $82 high a day, up almost 7% on the day. Ticker I've been talking about for a while, ticker TNGX, found its footing, bounced off of 517, headed back up towards $6. Cleveland Clips still, I mean, I don't know what's lower than hell. What, China? Cleveland Clips is headed to China.
Anybody have thoughts on MDB, MongoDB? The thing has a long way to go up. What's up, Butters?
I don't know about the stock, but MongoDB has got a ton of competitors, including Amazon.
Did anybody play this EYEN?
Take that as a no, Butters. No, nobody answered. What is it?
Yeah, it's like a huge cup. It's like a huge cup. I don't know. I'm just scrolling through charts.
Yeah, well, I don't know anything about the company or anything like that. I'm looking at the daily. It looked like it came down yesterday, filled the gap, and bounced. Looked like it's been trending down since it pushed up towards that 237 level, and it's just trended down all the way to close the gap. Filled the gap. Now it's looking like it's going to bounce. Looks like earnings is why it gapped up. So I need to see what they did on earnings to see the extent or the sustainability of this move.
Yeah. It's up at $9 now, right?
What are you talking about, Butters? I thought we were talking about MongoDB.
And
Sorry, I was talking about EYEN.
No information on that, Butters. I apologize.
no, that is a massive bull, though, going back to January.
I will say this: IYM is looking like a really textbook inverse head and shoulders on the daily. We're just breaking the neckline.
I'm liking the way the ZYE rounded off. Looked like it's headed towards that gap fill area.
Yeah, it's almost like a big cup, eh?
Yeah, this is one of the ones Energy told me about last year, I believe. December or something.
Yeah, I'm just going through the list from back then. Her biggest one was Vernova. It's up at like $98 now. Or Verona, I think it's called.
Yeah, it's Verona, VRNA, I believe the ticker is. Yeah, she killed that one.
Yep. Yeah, I know a lot of people been sitting on it since what, 15, 17s, 18s, and around there.
Jesus Christ. Fucking A.
Jeffrey, so is the ceasefire like finally in effect, or is it still like questionable?
Well, Israel came out and said that they'll respect the ceasefire, but they're not done with what they want to do or some shit like that. So they could continue to to blow up people, or
So
they're not
they're
done
not
with their.
respecting the ceasefire. Okay.
They said they are, but they're not done. I don't exactly remember the whole quote. Let me see. I'll get it for you in a sec.
Are they perhaps like done inside of Iran, but like maybe striking targets outside of Iran?
I gotta find it. They just said that they're not actually done with their initiative or whatever, so they can
I'm
continue.
grabbing some more Q calls.
So that T-Lam guy is showing a bunch of calls on Hertz. Says it's a 41% short float. So you kids might have something there.
Yeah, the market looks like it's super bullish. It doesn't look like it wants to stop going higher. So when I'm looking at Qs, right? So I look at as it came and cleared the previous all time high. The pullback was the retest of it, and it held. So as long as that holds, I'll stay bullish.
Jeez, you'll probably run into 6,100 end of day.
Bro, what just happened? The circle
What?
puts that I just bought for Friday, the 210s, they're up $320 or 40%.
Well, then there you go. That's what
They're,
happened.
what the? That's crazy.
Well, not as half as crazy as whenever you got in it, you were up 8% as soon as you got in. So crazier
Yeah,
things happen.
I didn't expect this.
I thought you were gonna say it was up 320%. That would have been crazy. Up 40%
I
5 minutes
didn't.
later. That's not that bad.
I didn't expect this so fast.
I mean, I appreciate it. Yeah. Yep. I'd appreciate it. Be like happy. My assessment was right. And
Yeah, you were. Nah, you were right. This thing looks like it's coming down even further. There's a lot of selling on this right now. 1085. Nice. Meta went to 71141. Wow.
yes, sir. I told you, man, it wasn't done. I was about to grab the 712 and a halves, but I just hung on to these The rest of these 17 said, fuck it.
Good play, bro.
So QQQ, if the bullish momentum continues, I'm looking for 541 mid.
All right. I'm just gonna step down and listen. I gotta get ready to go out. Appreciate all you guys. You guys are fucking animals. And by the way, Frank, remember my end of day SPX? They went from 10 cents to $6.
Yeah, I remember seeing it. Yep.
Of course I didn't get it right. I just gotta fucking just leave it.
When you buy them at 10 cents, just forget about them.
Yeah, that's what I need to do, and I need to buy a shit ton of them. But no, I tried.
And then you play
I tried. I
something
couldn't get in at the 10.
345. Yeah.
Yeah, we got to do it 15 minutes before the close.
If they go, if you buy them at 10 cents, right, and it's a YOLO, right, and then at 345 you make a play. If you're right, if that one goes well, you kick it on both sides. But if it doesn't, at least you make up for what you paid for the 10-cent play. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. I've actually done pretty well calling these last minute run ups, so it
You
just
have
made
done
sense.
well, yeah.
I gotta fucking
back into
it's
it
my
too. Like,
it's what do we call it when you gotta do it like
Pronto.
No, like I just got to get in the play, hold it, and just let it run.
Underlay.
I don't know how. What?
Diamond hands.
No,
FOMO.
the fucking
FOMO.
No, how you play the plays? What is it called? Like, Kevin, you know.
I'm not quite sure what you're asking though.
Execute. I need to execute my.
Okay.
Well, you've been away, so like you've been, traveling and getting your house together. So like, it's a muscle. You got to get back into it.
Agreed. And then I fucking have to share my goddamn desk for a makeup desk. Like it's ridiculous.
No, ain't no fucking way. Well, here's the thing, dude.
Come on, that's your desk.
Here's the thing. Fuck that shit. This is what I would do. I wouldn't even be sitting here haggling with that. I'd let her have that motherfucker. I go straight to Home Depot and grab me some fucking plywood and some 2x4s and grab my drill and I fucking build me something. Some temporary shit where I can set my shit.
I'm trying to do that. I'm just saying we'll buy a fucking makeup table and just put.
Y'all have Home Depots down there? Like you probably don't even need Home Depot. You just go ask your neighbor, like, hey man, y'all got some wood around here? They tell you exactly where to go to get some lumber.
Yo.
Go get some rocks. Tell those guys bring some rocks in the house. Put a sheet of wood on it.
Hey, I love this room.
I'm really glad. You know what? I'm really glad you're experiencing this type of culture, Jeffrey. Like, really.
Thank you.
Yeah, this type of hardship. Yeah, he probably never had to experience hardship ever.
Exactly. Yo, you went from 5,000 square foot to 660. Yeah, I know.
Nah, the 500 square feet. Like he went from 5,000 to 5.
Bro, no dishwasher. Fuck, what else? No washer.
Look at take a look at the chart in NDX on the daily. Look at that big old gapper. That's too close. That's gonna fill in the next couple of days, I think.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Look at that thing.
And it's hitting a resistance up here too. I have
It's at the
resistance
highs,
right
all-time
here.
highs.
Yeah. This bitch about to come to the basement here shortly. Hold on.
Yeah, that's gonna, I don't know, tomorrow but this week, I would think, next week. There's oh my God. There's gaps. Wow.
Oh.
A lot of gaps. Although days like today usually close near or on the highs.
Oh, I cannot believe this. These Oracle 220s are up 15%.
Look at Hertz. Hertz is trying to get a decent little push. 722.
Let's go. I'm up 25% on those Hertz calls. Let's go.
Yep, me too. Up 34% on Oracle calls. Shout out MT.
Yes, sir.
Shit, Oracle fuck around and go to 220 today. Fuck you mean?
Word.
Like I say, when we're all sharing this, that's stuff that makes this motherfucker work.
Yes, sir. I totally agree, man. It's 105 degrees outside. What the fuck is going on? This is not normal.
Frank, we close above 6,100 today? Anybody? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
What was the question, Jeffrey?
Yeah, Jeffrey, it could happen. I mean, it's headed that way.
And normally, we always, if we hit 6,100, we'll go to 6,110. It's usually, it overshoots, right? So that's what we're calling for.
Georgie, I don't know if you followed Celestica, but it hit the highs of the 143s again.
Oh, nice. I see that. Man, that thing's never going to check back, is it?
So I checked back once from 143 to 65, right? 70, and that's...
You don't count that, though. It's
No, but I went back in, and that's me up 100% on my common, so I'm taking off the table, right?
Oh, yeah. That's nice.
I'm gonna say this the last time. I'm not gonna say it ever. I'm not gonna say it again until I'm bragging. EVLV is holding $6. I won't say it anymore.
I had a full-on conversation by myself just now. I had no idea I was I wasn't even in on the stage.
What, you were muted the whole time, or you just were listener? What was going on?
I don't know. I looked and I was in listeners. It's this app is acting up today, so
Well, you say acted up today. To be fair, this app has done that like since I've been using it, like kicking people as co-hosts, kicking people just from the space as a
yeah,
whole,
right.
all together.
Yeah, you are right.
Jeffrey, did you get kicked down too, or did you just step down?
No, I'm here.
I don't see you as co-host.
Yeah, you're not.
I'm not co-host. No, I stepped down from co-host because I'm ready to leave, and yeah, didn't want to.
He's gonna.
Disturb
Yes,
No, that's all. That's all I was asking about. Oh yeah, I'm weird like that. So if you come in here and you're alt and it doesn't have a profile pic, I'll just remove you. I don't like looking at that. It looks weird in my space. Hate it or love it, that's just what I do. Every day I just come in when I decide to look around. If I see no profile pic, I remove you. So it's probably been people been wondering like, how do I get removed all the time? Yeah, that's the reason why. It's been that way since I've been hosting spaces. I'm a stickler for it too, and I don't deviate from it. So if I'm just always if I'm the only co-host up here and I'm looking around, I remove you every time.
Big
Good,
Kev.
bad, and different. It is what it is. What's up, bro?
Hey, sorry, I was trying to, this damn app, like I was on and then it kicks me off and then I got to request again. Sorry about that. But you see Surf Air Mobility right now? SRFM?
I haven't looked at it today. No.
It's gone up 50% in the last 15 minutes.
Oh shit.
God damn! What price is this stock?
It's a $3.50 stock. I'm so pissed. I was going to mention it earlier and I had to run out, so I dropped off.
What's the news, Jay?
Well, I saw a pre-market that Palantir filed a updated holder because they have a position in it, and they built a 25% stake in the company. The thing is, it
So
has
they added 5 more percent.
Yeah, they
added 5 more percent.
Yeah, they added to it. It's just not a big investment. It's only $10 million. So I was like, it's not that big of a deal. It really hadn't moved pre-market and it was sitting at like 220. So I was going to ask because I feel like Kevin may have mentioned it or Butters, a few weeks ago, and I was going to ask about it.
I mentioned the fact that I have a long term that I put it in one of my long term or a couple of my long term portfolios just because Palantir was holding it. But I hadn't really been looking at it. Now that I look at it now, even though it's up 80%, I'm really only up 30%.
Yeah. Damn, man. Oh, should have bought some this morning. That's annoying.
You see, you could have brought that to our attention this morning, but you wanted to argue with me, Jay.
I was about to say I was going to, but you took the
It's gonna pull back, bro. It's gonna every single rip like this, it is pulled back. So the thing is, when it rips, take your profit, get out. It's gonna pull back. I got a support line from October of last year on the weekly time frame. Every time it touches it, it bounces off of it.
I was trying to read about the company. I couldn't understand what exactly they're doing. Like they're doing software, but it's not like they're not doing what like Joby and Archer are doing.
Well, I know BBAI, I think it's Big Bear Analytics. They also have a partnership with Palantir. So whatever door Palantir opens in the government, BBAI gets to step in as well. So it's some sort of equal partnership there. So they're presented to the same agencies that Palantir are for the government.
Well, Jeffrey, what pisses me off is that I never talk about it because I lose most of the time, but I kind of play a penny stock a day in the pre-market, and I'm willing to lose like 500, $1,000 max.
That NECH that you were talking about yesterday?
Yeah. Is it moving?
It was moving a little bit earlier. Let me look.
Yeah, I still haven't seen any volume pick up in that.
Guys, I got like a fun one. It probably won't do shit, but I think it's ENSW, right? Is that? Let me look.
Yeah, no, Jay, it's down. It's down 6%. But like I said, it was making a move earlier. I was watching the pre-market, and it was catching a nice little bid going into the open.
Yeah, I still don't think that story's over with what they're doing and the fact that it's AI data centers.
So ENSC, Inspire Bioscience. This is the non-addictive pain medication, non-addictive and non-overdosing pain med. It's like a $2 stock, but if you look at the warrants, guys, in I think it's Q2 of next year, they're like, I don't know, 1.7 cents, like 2 cents, under 2 cents, and they got fast tracked through the FDA. They're a million float, and they just got like 5 million from the government, right? So it's actually a real product. And the same people that put the drug from, I think Butters got in at $2 to $70. The same funds are in this one. The same biotech funds are in this one, and maybe you could see a. So I'm buying fistfuls of these warrants, throwaway money, guys, throwaway money. But
what's the symbol?
ENSW. Look at the warrants though. ENS. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. ENSC. Incise Bioscience. The warrants are like 2 cents, so I'm playing those as like an option, and they expire I think Q2 of 2026, and it's a million float. So we'll see what happens. It's just this is a complete lotto.
Jeffrey, do you know much about XL, EXEL?
No. No. I think I've heard the ticker, but I don't follow it, to be honest with you.
They had big news yesterday on I think they have a phase 2 cancer trial going for colon cancer. That was really positive, but it popped yesterday. It came back a little bit. It's moving up again today. It's almost near all-time highs. It has options.
So I'm in MREO. I like the rare disease plays better, especially with this FDA. So we'll see what happens. But I think they're pushing this shit, these smaller mid names faster through the FDA channels. That's what they're trying to do. They want biotech in America to prosper, because right now all the big boys are starting to pick up these China hack names, right? Like their GLP-1s over in China and some other fucking bullshit from China instead of these American names. So I do think the FDA is actually being supportive here, even though Junior's, was talking tough in the beginning. Whatever his name is, fucking RFK.
Okay, so let me go ahead and refer you guys, since we're back at the bio sphere, the sector, whatever. Let me point you back to EVH, Evelyn, right? This is the one I was trying to talk to you about earlier, Jeffrey. So I have a 1025 weekly level that it cleared yesterday. Today it pulled back to damn near to the penny and bounced right up off that bitch. So I got commons, and I have $12.50 calls that I grabbed earlier today.
This is the one that has that big W on the monthly.
Indeed.
Sorry.
So also, they work with like Humana and another major medical insurance provider or whatever. Also, this is a potential buyout. This is a potential merger and acquisition type buyout candidate.
Apple is dumping right now.
Data. So they're trading right now at when it hit $17.50, that's they're trading at cash, but now they're up what 22 something. So I think it's trading at a $250 million valuation. This thing, the TAM could be over $1 billion. So in eczema, this is fucking an eczema cure, or not a cure, but a control.
Jeffrey, that Excel that I just mentioned, it was their phase 3, so they're basically done testing, and now they're going to be able to bring a drug to the market pretty soon.
Yeah, so you got to see what cash they have on the balance
Dude,
sheet.
they make they're actually they trade at they have a EPS of 20. They make money, like, so they obviously have other drugs.
Okay, so they don't burn through their cash. And
yeah, I'm gonna see how much,
because a lot of these you got to worry about that.
I'm just saying, if they're making money, they have other drugs. If this thing's just in stage 3,
Sure.
So
can you DM me that?
Yeah, and
name?
it has a 7% short float on it with 5 days to cover, so they could squeeze this thing, considering that it's basically.
And you got to think the other.
That's the one you said that does cancer.
Yeah, they just finished their stage 3 colon cancer with significant. I'll see. Here, I'll put this article. I'll try to put it in the nest. Just don't know.
See, that's why I like Grail, because they have that early cancer detection. GRAL. Also that plays into Evolent Health. I mean, this is so okay. So I told you they have partnerships with Humana, right, Jeffrey? But also Centene. You familiar with Centene?
I'm not familiar. No.
A government. What is it? Centene.
Is that Medicare, Medicaid?
Yeah, yep, exactly. Medicare, Medicaid.
So Excel, this Excel was working, and I don't have a position in it, so I'm not showing this thing. But they're in partnership with Roche, or is that how you say it? Roche.
Yeah.
And on this cancer drug, and it demonstrated statistically significant improvement in overall survival rate versus the Bayer AG drug that's currently being used.
The competitor.
Yeah.
The lead. Okay, very interesting, dude. Yeah, damn it to me. I'll just try. I'm not an expert, guys, but I'd definitely like to dig in.
Yeah.
Hey, have they done an offering?
Well, nobody deemed you an expert, Jeffrey, but we know that that's kind of like your area that you deal around in more so than we do. So you're gonna look in areas where we normally wouldn't look.
Fair.
Bull Bear, were you saying something? Did you get?
Yeah, I was asking if there's been an offering on this lately or ever.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just looking there. They make money, so I'm gonna dig more into it. I was just, I saw it yesterday. It popped. I actually played some $50 calls. I think I didn't play them well, so when they got back above even, I actually took them off. Like, it's almost at all-time highs, the stock, so it looks like it has room to go, but I'll do some more research on it.
Yeah, it still looks good though.
Yeah, Butters wasn't wrong about Avis, bro. It ain't pulled back yet.
Bro, look at her.
Overbought position.
Yeah, Jeffrey, this company's is already doing $2 billion in revenue. So
Yeah, did you DM me the name? Just
Oh no, I'll DM it right now, dude.
yeah, because I'm not in front of the computer right now. Like,
Hey guys.
what's up, Alex?
Hey, got a quick update on that GNS. Looks like a PR just came out that the CEO just purchased 10% of the float, 650,000 shares. Any day they'll release this naked short issue that they're trying to go head to head with the SEC, which is favorable for them because they have an ex Department of Justice. I forgot his name, but he's on the board. But they've been in a lot of legal issues, but it looks like there may be a turning point here. A lot of the shorts are stuck. It's had a nice breakout today. I'm looking at 71 cents. If we can break out and get above $1 and then that news breaks, I still think this can 10x to 10 over time. I'm not day trading it, so keep it on your radar. It's high risk, high reward, but it's starting to look very interesting here. So FYI.
Thanks for sharing. Just quick D&D J dash XL upgraded to overweight, added to best idea list by Stevens.
Yeah, it got a few upgrades just from that news yesterday, like $55, $60 price targets.
Yeah, Avis is, man, I love Avis's chart. T Doc ready to catch that bid.
Looks like they only have one drug in their pipeline.
Let's go.
Do you know what they're making their money on right now?
No, I'll have to sit down and really look at it. I'm just kind of just going over search.
Yeah, I'm looking at their balance sheet right now.
Seems like the CEO wants to go it alone and not get bought out or partner, which is difficult. I don't know. Well, thank you for. I'll definitely look. You got Davis down there too. He's probably better than me looking at these drug companies, or the drug at least.
Davis who? Davis Kelly?
D-Bone. Yeah.
D-Bone? Really?
D-Bone was he was in medical school.
Oh, I didn't know that.
When he's serious, he's great to listen to. When he's serious, right? You see that, D-Bone? I'm plugging you.
So, Bull Bear, you asked me how much cash they have. $1 billion of cash on hand as of March 25.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, they peaked out of 1.5 billion about 2 years ago, but that's still so. I doubt they'll be doing any type of offerings.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Bitcoin still looks bullish.
Fell back under 106 though.
Yeah, to me that's a little insignificant as far as the overall bigger picture. Like I'm looking at the daily time frame.
Gotcha.
When I look at the daily time frame, this looks like it's ready to continue pushing. Yeah, as far as this daily goes, it just needs to stay above 104. Gets back up to 104, then it'll probably start looking like a potential H pattern setup. But right now, it just looks bullish, man. I just grabbed Core Z, $13 calls for this week.
That's a good one, actually. Core Scientific.
Anyone think there's anything left in Circle?
As far as to the upside?
I mean, I want to buy some 150 lottos for this Friday.
Puts?
Yeah.
I'm in 210 puts right now.
You're probably making money on them, right? I mean, I'm just looking at them now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's dropped $40.
Yeah. I'm in 210s for Friday.
What price did you get in on?
Hold on. $750.
Okay. So you put them on in like when that big 30-minute candle drop happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was not so long ago I got them actually.
Yeah. I mean, at least they probably get down to 200, fill that gap on the daily.
Yeah, it looks disgusting right here. If it can't hold this level.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Every time it's had any dip, it's been bought up quickly, and this time it really hasn't. So,
Like under 222, it's definitely coming down.
yeah.
All right, boys, I got to leave. Good luck for the rest of the day. We'll see you tomorrow or tonight.
All right, man. Have a good one.
GNS breaching 71 cents. Keep an eye on it.
I think there's some people in BKSY, Black Sky. It's had an incredible 5 days. Don't forget to take profits along the way. It's up like 50%.
It's a nice chart too.
It could go back to the highs of like small 20s.
Yeah.
It's had a big move, right? Take some profits along the way.
Definitely.
Yeah, my mic started acting crazy. I gotta let me know so I can clear that cash.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I don't know that it sounds funky. It sounds regular to me. So y'all don't tell me, I won't know. Somebody shout out to whoever that was in the listener pool that let me know. Everybody else just sits here and lets me talk and won't say nothing.
I mean, I could hear you, so.
Kev, it's actually usually when you're talking, it clears it, but it's when your mic's open and you're not talking, you hear this buzzing noise. So I just kind of like accept it. But yeah, I'll let you know if it gets that way again.
Hmm. Oh, V also pointed out Chewy in the purple pill. You guys, you could just go through the purple pill yourself. It's down there. But yeah, she pointed
They did
out.
an offering. They did an offering, didn't they, 2 days ago?
I think they did. I think I did see something about that. Chewy and somebody else.
The V that's down there that's doing the charts isn't the same V who comes up here and speaks, who's a woman. The one who's down there doing the
Oh,
charts is could be a woman, could be a dude, but it isn't the same lady that comes up and speaks and gives us all the
gotcha,
brilliance
gotcha.
of her of her finds.
Yeah, not the
Yeah,
world issue V, right?
That's the one that just gives us the brilliance of their charting abilities.
Yeah. Chewy. They pointed out Chewy, so looks good right now too. The chart looks good on Chewy. Let's see what else.
But anyway, thank you for the charts. I'm sure people find them very useful.
Yeah, DX. Dexcom. Yep. Pointed out Dexcom as well. DXCM. This thing is up almost 9%. Dexcom.
Yeah, it'd have been
DXCM.
nice if the person was up here talking about it, so we don't look at
Yeah.
it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and it's already up 9%.
Yeah.
Frank, you're up here. Isn't that a Dexcom? That's, you know that name, right? I don't know if Frank's here or not.
Yeah, it sounds like some antifreeze.
I know he's played that name. I've heard him speaking about it.
Damn, how long can Tesla just hang out right here and not go anywhere?
That. What an atrocity on that. I can't believe they did this, Tesla. It just pinned right here.
Car keeps on moving, 171.85 right now, high a day.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That thing just keeps on moving. It's just going straight up.
Dude, this is crazy. Wait, this thing opened at 129, or how much did this open at today?
149.
149. That's wild.
But it was in the small 90s when Hertz was doing that move before, right? So
Yeah,
it's never Hertz pulled back and this thing just slowly kept on creeping up.
that's crazy. Good play.
Yeah, this is the one I was in before I ever even thought about Hertz. But this one didn't move like Hertz did the first time. Hertz is the one that went parabolic. This one had the slow granny crawl up, right? Now this is the one going parabolic, and Hertz has the granny crawl. But both times,
Yep.
both times the move was preceded by Carvana.
I think personally, Avis Budget, car is a better company than Hertz anyways. Better quality, which I stated before.
Totally agree. And I gave like the whole synopsis, and I had the whole breakdown and everything that I put together. I still have all that information if anybody wants it. Man, it's just about timing. This timing the moves, man. That's the thing. It's hard to time them. Got to get in them and sit in them. The crazy thing about the Hertz intraday chart and the Avis intraday chart is they look the same, except this the move by Avis is just so much bigger.
Yeah, the last chart we did it with Shaw was around the end of May. I just posted it down below. He has a target of about 200 on the top right of the GAN box, so it's getting up there.
Yeah, I got 201. I got 201 and some change.
Yep.
Man, coin's about to hit 350 here. Or sorry, 350, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, what's crazy is I was about to grab the 320s this morning and didn't, and then was like, "Fuck, man, this thing look like it's going to."
Yeah, so was I, dude. When Sun popped in and mentioned it, I was like, I was thinking about getting the 350s for Friday, but oh well.
I was gonna grab before he even came into the room. Like coin was already at the top of my list as far as things goes. I was already in. I'd already had BitX 51s that I had swung from yesterday. So like I had already had scoped out coin. Coin was already pushing at the opens like at 316, and I'm like, fuck, man, this might already have made the move. I'm like, but I probably can get it to go to 320. But then I was like, man, there ain't even enough meat left on the bone. So I just said, fuck it. And then I just hung out my BitX calls and just said, fuck it. Next thing I knew, it was at, Sun came in and was talking about it was at 330. Damn.
I wonder if this can keep going.
Robinhood's making all-time highs.
Oh, dude, look at the cup and handle on coin. If you look at a weekly chart, going back to 2022, it's a beautiful cup and handle.
Yeah, that chart looks nice.
I'm looking at Robinhood sorry, not Robinhood, Rocket Lab, and that's making new all-time highs. And there's positioning. There's action in the $40 calls for next week. Or is that this week? Next week, July 3rd, the $40 calls, and then July 18th, the $45 calls. I think I'm going to buy some of those $45 calls.
I mean, I like Rocket Lab. I was playing it yesterday, and I played the calls today, and I mean, it still might have that bullish momentum, but man, it's sure just be careful because it's dipping into that overbought territory on bigger time frame.
Yeah, I'm
talking about the monthly and the weekly time frame.
I'm gonna play it like a lotto. Like put less than $1,000 into it.
But no, it definitely has the momentum to continue pushing. Though it's just making sure you knew that or was paying attention to the overbought conditions that it was creeping into.
Kind of needs to be there, right, for a squeeze.
Indeed.
Yo, Big Kev, look at Dexcom weekly chart.
Ticker.
DXCM. DXCM.
Gotcha. I mean, what is the target on this, man? I look at this thing. This looks like this is a longer, drawn out play, like
I don't know.
bullishness.
This is one of them that V pointed out in the purple pill. But on my chart, it looks like it could go to 102 and then 112.
Yeah, I'm looking at really needs to clear 90 or close above 90, and then I'm looking at 110, 115. Yeah, and 130 and 142. 130 and 142.
Yeah, this thing could move, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on my radar to do a little deeper, take a deeper look at it.
Did you guys, anybody talk about Evolve today?
Yep.
I talked about it at nauseum, and I've made the proclamation that I am not going to say anything else about it until I'm bragging about it.
Yep, sure did.
Okay.
You know how I get when I get like that. Next time I talk about it, it'll be up 100%. Early U.S. intel assessment suggests the U.S. strikes on Iran did not destroy shit per CNN.
You guys trying to give Trump a heart attack, bro.
Yeah, I don't know if we should. I don't know if we should listen to CNN on that, but I think that the reason why we shouldn't listen to CNN on that is the reason why we should listen to them. Probably why it's valid. The reason why we shouldn't listen to them is probably the reason why it's valid.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
I did take some of Evolve off the table today.
All right, guys, let's jump back in here for Power Hour. Just getting situated here. I think the play is to take some upside calls here. Looks like Qs are going to try to break out to all-time highs, and then I think we get a reversal. So I'm looking at a spike up and then a little bit of profit taking as we sweep those all-time high pivots on the Qs. All right, let's see what we got here. So again, I think there's going to be a move up on the Qs. I am looking for a bit of a short entry into the market. It's going to be an aggressive short. I'm contemplating taking some QQQ 541 calls. 0 DTE. I'm very tempted here. Let's get ready for a little bit of a squeeze here. QQQ SPY going for high of day break. QQQ SPY and are going for a high of day break. Strength in Qs coming into play. So Qs are still trying. I was trying to get a better entry than this, but it looks like that might have been the entry right there with that 540 level on Qs. So 541 calls on Qs are only priced at 18 cents, 19 cents the ask. So I'm watching those closely. And then what I'm probably going to do is, so we get a sweep of that 541. I'm probably going to look to sell if we get a quick spike through this all-time high. We should get a squeeze. I'm probably going to look to buy the 541 puts. I'm tempted to do 1 DTEs. But 0 DTEs are so much more fun and profitable, also riskier, requires a lot more focus. Starting to move here. You can see this RSI. We want this short off the RSI. Let's see. Alright, so I'm looking at shorting SPY once the Qs make a new all-time high here, guys. Can we believe it? Markets are trending into new all-time highs. Yes, we can believe it. We've been bullish for quite a long time, even through this midst of chaos. Come on, keep going. Keep going, Qs. Get us a nice spike. Stop out those shorts. Grab that all-time high liquidity. Let's go. Qs are almost there. We pumping. We are pumping. Sorry for saying FSLR. Nice move up. Let's take a quick peek at FSLR. Yep, FSLR up nicely on the session. Can you believe that FSLR is trying to recapture a key level here back inside of this hammer reversal? There's still hope. There's still hope on FSLR. But guys, look at the Qs. We are almost there at all-time high. Markets are not in turmoil. Here we go. Come on, get some extra volume through there. So I'm looking at now taking, so if the Qs get to all-time high, SPY should be roughly around 608. So I might consider taking SPY 608 puts. Again, I'm not interested in chasing right here. That was the move back off the 540 level. So I'm hoping we get a continuation spike through to all-time highs. And you know what? I mean, if we get this trade in the next, say, 10 minutes, I'm just taking 0 DTE SPY puts. I'm going to buy the 608 0 DTE SPY puts. But I need to see Qs breach that all-time high. I need to see it. Come on. What else we got going on in the session? Anonymous saying Bank of America apparently has, what does that say? I gotta expand my chat here. Has a lot of bearish flow. Thank you. Let's take a look at BAC. I'll watch that on the other screen. Bitcoin's actually coming in surprising over the last couple hours. Let's look at BAC. Yeah, BAC starting to come in a little bit. Sell side pressure hitting the tape. Financials are very close to a short. You know, XLF though looks like it still wants to surge, but it's really going to be a JP Morgan chart that's fairly extended off of this breakout. FDX reports earnings after the close. Yes, that's right. I'm still holding. We'll see what happens with FedEx. I'm bullish this name, but again, it's always risky holding into earnings, but I'm still bullish. I think we can get a move higher. Our Qs are going to try to push for that all-time high, guys. Here we go. We're pennies away. Let's sweep it. We are pushing. We are pushing. Marvell trying to break out of the $75 handle. Let's look at nvidia on the other screen here. Nvidia is trying to move up. Tesla's still struggling. Google up 1.59. Here we go. New all-time highs incoming. Close to buying a 608 SPY put. I'm getting very close to taking a 0 DTE SPY put. Can we sweep the all-time high on the Qs? We are so close. Come on. Come on, pump it. Pump it through that all-time high. We are super close to a key short level. We could just see a quick wick and high spike move through the zone. Q's gonna do it. We are so close. So close we can taste it. Tesla's still struggling here. Wow, Microsoft at 490. Insane. 3.65 trillion market cap on MSFT. Apple trying to catch a bid off of some 15-minute chart support, still stuck under prior day high. You know you're going to do it, Qs. Just get it over with, spike through, grab that liquidity, stop those high pivot shorts out. Come on. Come on, I'm looking at SPY puts. I want 608 SPY puts, but I'm waiting for this liquidity grab on Qs. I'm getting very close to a 0 DTE trade here. Come on, SPY, don't do this. Don't do this, Qs. We want it. Come on, man. What are you guys doing? This would be the craziest lower high ever. If this turned into be a lower high in the market, that would be insane. I doubt it though. We should get there. We should get to all-time highs. We're too close not to. We're too close. The news outlets are going to be pumping it. Maybe we'll take a QQQ call now. Let's see. Right back. You guys are really gonna sell it off on us? Going to do an aggressive 541 QQQ call. Aggressive. Just got filled at 17 cents. Aggressive QQQ call. Aggressive QQQ 541 0 DTE call. This is super, super risky. Come on, firm up. Dump us here, come on. Sure here. Take us new all-time highs. Come on. Come on. Come on, Qs. Bounce it. Bounce it. And this is just still small size. Excuse me. That's me. Sorry about that, guys. Spy's trying to move up here. Same thing with Qs. Give us new all-time highs. Spike us up and then drop us. Come on. We're still trying to hold support here. Nvidia is trying to break out here to the high side. NVDA still looks interesting. It's trying to firm up. Come on. Where is the selling coming from? Is it Apple? It's Microsoft? Microsoft's trying to push here, guys. I'm surprised the Qs haven't bounced sharper here. Microsoft trying to push. Come on. We shall see if we get a spike into new all-time highs. I find it hard-pressed that we come this close and miss it. by about 11 cents on the Qs. No way, come on, not 11 cents. There's no way we can miss it. So we're riding a QQQ 0DTE 541 call. We're looking for a spike into new all-time high price. Taking an aggressive entry here, right off the first support zone. Theta is a real demon in these contracts. Again, if we spike into the zone, 540, new all-time high, 541, then I'm going to look to exit my calls, flip into a SPY put. Depending on how much time there is, I really want to short this liquidity sweep of all-time high. For now, we're riding long into it. Now if we're playing Q on the long side because they're the stronger indice. If we get that spike, we'll look to short SPY as it's a little bit weaker with energy and utilities dragging on it a little bit. Come on, Qs, keep going, keep going. nvidia is trying to break out here, guys. All right, we're looking a little bit more constructive here on the Qs. We're trying to press a little bit more. Come on, give it to us. nvidia finding some sellers. They're losing a little bit of uppercase H pattern on the 1 minute chart. Needs to hold this zone. Needs to hold the zone. SPY's looking a little bit more constructive at this point. Uh-oh, we're getting some lower ticks and prints here. Qs are looking a little bit vulnerable here. Come on, defend this little pivot zone. Spike us into new all-time high. I'd be very happy. So you're back testing some 5-minute support here on the Qs. They are trying to sell into this liquidity a little bit. nvidia curling down slightly, that's troublesome. All right, nvidia seeing some distribution. So far, I'm down slightly on these call options. Again, I have about 20 contracts at 17 cents. Very small 0 DTE play. Being defended off of this prior pivot high support. nvidia is still at a little bit of resistance here. Yeah, solar stocks are catching a really solid bid right now. Enphase, Run, FSLR. Alright, I might have to take a little loss here on these QQQ calls. Again, it's only 20 contracts. That's 17 cents. Still looking constructive on the 5 and 15-minute chart here. SPY's looking like a nice little bull flag that wants to pop out. Q's struggling just a touch here. I am seeing some more selling coming into Tesla. nvidia is having a really decent stick to the downside, so maybe this is where we can be defended here. Come on. So SPY looking a little bit stronger right now than the Qs, but that should change. Alright, come on. Let's see if that was the shakeout before we pump it. Nice bounce on the nvidia 3-minute chart. Amazon up 2.5%, Meta up 1.77%, Tesla down 1.78%, SOXX up a whopping 3.7%, Apple slightly green, about 13 cents on the session, nvidia trading up 2.27%, Microsoft up another 1%, trying to push for that $4 trillion club. Will Microsoft be the first $4 trillion company in the stock market? Looking likely. Closer again to 4 trillion than it is to 3, which is mind-blowing. Qs are up 1.63%, $8.68 on the session. SPY up 1.24, IWM up 1.38. We are so close to all-time highs here on the Qs. Literally, we missed all-time highs by roughly or exactly 11 cents. We missed all-time highs off of this pump. 11 cents. Final 36 minutes here. Come on, give us all-time highs. Alright, so since we're running out of time here, what I would look to do, if we did get a spike higher, since we are running out of time, I would look to take some 1DT puts on SPY. So if Q spiked to all-time high, pierce that level, grab that liquidity, SPY would move up with it, then I'd look to short it with some 1DTEs. But for the time being, they don't want to give Qs the punch higher. It still can do it. It's just floundering here. Range bound is not good for our calls. nvidia is seeing a little bit more distribution down. We just sit back. retest this lower boundary wedge on Qs. Just seeing some pretty sharp selling here. Nvidia also has this very impressive wedge pattern on the 3-minute chart, which it's at the lower boundary support trend line right now. Just take a peek at that. Let's go to the 3-minute chart of NVDA, and you can see Nvidia is targeting this wedge pattern. Qs are still struggling here. So they are trying to sell us here into the close a little bit. Nvidia breaking that wedge pattern. Looks like they don't want to kiss all-time high just yet. There's still time in the session to spike up there, but I think a lot of people were trying to play that breakout, including, well, we tried playing the back test, but they're obviously sweeping some lower liquidity. Down about 50% on these contracts. Again, it's only $340 position. It's very small and light. Bigger selling coming into Nvidia here, guys. Nvidia is seeing some considerable sell side pressure. Breaking down on the 5-minute chart. Tesla seeing more selling, almost back down to the lows on TSLA. BBAI still 22.61%. Intel moving nicely, that's up 6.28%. AMD up 6.4%. Circle now down 17.2%. Anyone still in those circle puts that we called out? Wow, look at that. Lows of the session. I don't even want to look at what those were at. But that is crazy. All right, so Qs are breaking down from this wedge pattern. There is a secondary wedge pattern, just slightly lower. Will they catapult us higher? Nvidia getting a nice bounce. Final 30 minutes here into the close. SRFM. What the heck is this ticker? Up 106%. SRFM. What are they? Surf Air Mobility Airlines. Market cap 37 million? Are you serious? That's nothing. You do have yields pretty soft today. 2-year yield down 1.32, 10-year yield down 1.13. Oil's still selling off here. WTI down 3.37, but it is off of the lows here, crude oil. Crude's back testing some areas. Let me look on my other charts here. Really big bounce up in the Qs, trying to recapture See if we can make a press. They talked about in the space, apparently PLTR has a share in them. Okay. Thanks for that observation, Anonymous. Appreciate that. Yeah, they often talk about some interesting stuff. There goes SPY. Look at the relative strength in SPY. Pushing here to new high of day, but Qs were weak. Interesting. Can they give us a big surge on the Qs? Can Qs push us into new all-time highs? Come on. SPY's at the highs of the session. Seeing a little bit more participation from the broad market. SPY is going bananas. Apple's gone negative. So Apple saw some selling here over the last 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Look at that high of day spike on SPY. That was a really solid spike. Apple's starting to lose some momentum here. So that's why one of the reasons the Qs are underperforming here. Apple really starting to potentially break down here on the 5-minute chart. Tesla trying to be defended. Microsoft still holding steady. Google coming in as well. Meta's curling up. Amazon's just chopping sideways. AMD just holding a very tight bull flag, chopping sideways. All right, so these put options are slowly losing their value, actually pretty quickly. Sorry, these call options on the Qs. So if you're wanting to cut them down 60%, 20 contracts at 17 cents, losing a few $100, couple $100. I will hold mine till 0 if need be. I always size my 0 DTEs late in the session pretty much for absolute loss. So I'm okay sitting through a $340 drawdown. SPY and Q still just hovering. Bitcoin has lost the 106 level, so intraday Bitcoin's going through a bit of distribution, but the daily chart on BTC looks still very, very constructive to move higher. You're trading above that 20-day key moving average that we discussed, so Bitcoin's still looking very good, in my opinion. Solar stocks, FSLR, I mean, now it's into this gap window FSLR. That looks pretty constructive to potentially move higher. We do have FedEx earnings after the bell, so transports stocks will be on watch. Can they give us a new all-time high? QQQ is lagging the SPY after it was leading pretty much all day. Now it's starting to lag. Just give me 1 sec, guys. MRVL still looking very strong, like it's going to try to push over the next couple sessions. We also have an ascending triangle bull flag pattern intraday today, coming from a higher low potential. Views are really struggling here. Tesla's trying to firm up as well. Tesla's been in a bit of a bearish range pretty much since around 10:30 this morning. All the way to now, Tesla's been trading in a bearish, sideways, choppy range. It is trying to make a little bit of a move higher here. Look at Apple, guys. Apple is one of the main reasons the Qs have started to lag. Apple just can't seem to catch a bid here, even when SPY and Qs are so close to those all-time highs. Just does not want to catch a bid. Here comes Microsoft going through a bit of distribution, so markets could be in for a little bit of sell-side pressure here between Microsoft and Apple. If they don't firm up here, you got some little shorter time frames, some 1 minute, 5 minute chart bearish patterns shaping up on some of these stocks here, like Microsoft trying to trigger a 5 minute head and shoulders pattern here. You can see it is breaking down as we speak. Let's look at semis. Semiconductors are still holding steady. It's really sold off over the last little bit. Amazon's starting to come in. Tesla's trying to firm up. Pretty impressive range that Tesla's traded in all day. Throughout the morning sell-off, it's just been chopping in a very tight range. Extremely tight range. And this pattern is known as a bearish wedge pattern on TSLA. You're approaching the high end of this wedge. You should see some more profit taking and sell side pressure there. We'll see if they want to dump the Qs here into the close or give it a little bit of a facelift. But so far, NASDAQ is under a little bit of pressure here into the close. I think some end of day profit taking, which is a prudent thing to do. I just thought we are going to hit all-time highs because we're so close to it. But they're teasing us by 11 cents on the Qs. BBAI trying to make another spike here into the end of day. BBAI trying to gun for another high. Take a look at this daily chart. Quite impressive to see where we're stopping right at this parallel channel. It does look like 542, that next Fibonacci zone should be tagged, but then you'll have to do a little bit of backing and filling there. Monster moves. Let's look at this SRFM. So this is a stock that apparently Palantir has, what was it, a $10 million stake, I think, in them. Some airline. HIM's creating a bit of a dead cat bounce today, but still looking exceptionally weak in the grand scheme of things. Today you finally got a bit of a topping signal in Circle, CRCL, which we've traded nicely on the short side. And I would consider shorting Circle again, but it needs to go a touch higher. Aggressive zone would be around 237, more conservative would be 240. Intel has made a nice move today. Very strong semiconductor, trying to break out of this longer wedge pattern on the daily chart. Nice little peekaboo breakout. Quite strong for Intel. Let's look at WBD. That's seeing some volume today. Yeah, also trying to curl to the upside. CCL, Carnival Cruise Lines, gapping up on its earnings. Very strong mover. My biggest regret from yesterday is not holding my AAL $11 calls. I mean, oof. If anyone still has runners in that, wow, amazing. Amazing. Let's look at some of these energy stocks again. XOM, absolutely a bloodbath. Gapping down. Let's look at WTI crude. Into your first support level here on crude oil. It's aggressive. I like the 618 $63 level a little bit better. Alright, markets are breaking down here a touch. SPY and Qs are curling to the downside. A little bit harder selling, hitting the major indices. A little bit harder. You can see Apple. Alright, so they are dumping these major indices. You can see Microsoft breaking that head and shoulders and coming right back down. So small 0 DTE trade. I picked the wrong direction here into the close. That's unfortunate. I was looking for a short, but I thought we would sweep the all-time high pivot liquidity. Never happened. Maybe they want to save it for tomorrow. After hours it'll hit. You know, it could. It could after hours. I actually didn't even think about that. You're right. It could potentially hit after hours, the Qs. Sorry guys. Coffee's worn off late in the session here. It's a sunny day outside. I'm itching to get outside. We got 13 minutes here until the close. We are seeing SPY and Q's catching a little bit of a bottom wick here. A little bit of reversal there on the 5-minute chart of the Q's. I'm pretty much winding down the session here. We'll see what happens here into the close. 12 minutes left. Can they spike it to all-time highs? They could. Is it likely? No, but they could. Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. We are getting some higher prints starting to perk up here on the Qs. SPY's looking much stronger. Surfer is out at 7 cents. Yeah, I'm still holding. It's probably a smart exit. I'm still holding. They may want to pump it here. Final 10 minutes, 12 minutes. nvidia, big stick to the upside. Not a lot of time left. Can they pump it into the close? Can they push the markets? Imagine they close it right on all-time high, 540.80. Boom. Yeah, if the imbalance hits and we spike, you could easily hit it. We'll see. Still think there's going to be a lot of chasing that has to be done. This is the end of quarter 2. Oh, here we're getting prints all over the place. nvidia spiking. Big tail wicks. Volatile price action. Which way are we going? We're going up. We're going down. We're going all the way around. nvidia's ripping here to the upside, guys. NVDA is pumping here. Look at the spike on nvidia. Massive surge. Qs are still just stuck in no man's land. Microsoft, Apple, you can see probably Apple's falling. QQQ seeing a heavy reversal there. Wow. So Apple took it on the chin there. nvidia saw a nice spike to the upside. Google saw a wick down by catching a bit of a bid. Amazon saw a wick down. Meta saw a spike, but a little bit of a reversal now. Actually, no, Meta saw a reversal down as well. Tesla, not too much happening on Tesla. Really dumping here, guys. Wow. Look at that move down in Apple. It is flying to the downside. No one likes Apple. Poor Apple. RGTI perking up. Yeah, that is perking up. Trading at 11.50. I hold no position. I got stopped out on that. Alright, markets are dumping here. SPY seeing some heavy sell side pressure. Apple taking it on the chin. It seems that all the imbalances lately nvidia, pew, straight to the moon. Apple, boom, down to hell. That's how it always seems. It just seems that they're always selling Apple, buying nvidia. Poor Apple. Microsoft moving up here. Look at nvidia going. Why didn't anyone tell me to get in nvidia calls there? Boom. Nice little move. Still trying to press here. It's spiking. Microsoft trying to move up as well. MSFT curling. AMD to 140 tomorrow. Jeez, that thing is a monster. Semis are a monster. Good. Amazon dumping here into the close. Google dumping here into the close. Microsoft pumping here into the close. Tesla floundering sideways. Start first saying MU hit his target of 128. That thing's just been a monster as well, holding all of its gains into its earnings. SPY coming in. Yep, you had informed me. You did. Tesla down about 2% here. SPY taking a really big dip here into the close. Really big dip along with the Qs. Right back down. SPY seeing some heavy sell side pressure. Apple still under a bit of distribution here. Tesla down near the lows, down 2%. They are trying to break Tesla. It looks like they want to break Tesla. And Tesla does not look nice. It's got a filthy chart. It's got a filthy chart down here. Looking like it's trying to break this bearish wedge pattern on TSLA. It's looking nasty. Nasty. nvidia is still a monster, pressing to the highs of the session. Squeezing here into the close, MRVL. Here just trading sideways. Get Tessie, go bye-bye. Tesla absolutely getting crushed. Is that bear wedge pattern going to trigger and break down? Certainly on the cusp of doing so. Nice bearish wedge on TSLA. Next support I have on Tesla is all the way down here around piercing 335.50 down to 334.20. But not healthy price action for Tesla. The only positive for Tesla is you are back testing this 382, but we've already tested it here once. So it seems like the robo-taxi is all hype. Buy the rumor and sell the news. To be fair, though, it wasn't really buy the rumor, sell the news, because the news came out yesterday or over the weekend. People were positioned for it, and it pumped. It had a really good pump. Nvidia is still a beast here into the close. Let's check back on Apple. Apple's still selling off here into the close. So markets did not hit all-time highs. The Qs came within 11 cents of clearing that all-time high pivot. You've had broad market strength today. There's still some iffy stocks out there that really didn't participate in the rally, but generally speaking, everything today pretty much caught a bid. You have all three indices up phenomenally on the session. Peace with Iran and Israel. We'll see if it lasts. One headline can change that, but for the time being, it seems that there is peace. The war in the Middle East is not escalating. They're not blocking the Hormuz Strait. Oil's taking a significant dive, which is helping inflation expectation. Interest rates and yields are diving on the back of inflation expectations and oil coming in. That is all bullish for the stock market. Okay? Falling yields, lower inflation expectations. Now we wait to see if the Fed is going to cut. Powell did briefly testify today and said that there is likely chances of a cut. We're just having to wait now to see what Trump does with tariffs. Keep in mind there are some tariff deadlines approaching within the second week of July. I think the tariff deadlines roll into effect July 9th, so that's kind of the next hurdle in the market, so to speak. But nevertheless, I think that the markets are still looking constructive on the larger term time frames. You look at the daily, you look at the weekly, you look at the 4-hour. They're still looking healthy. They're still looking very, very healthy. That being said, we did pull a lot of profits out of our swing trades today. We paired back about 5 different long positions. So good to see that we're banking some profits. Still have some shorts on the table. Still have some longs on the table. I'm looking for further upside in some individual names. I wouldn't be surprised if the main indices just try to chop sideways for a little bit, digest this recent move up today. But clearly a beautiful S&P 500 daily chart breakout has occurred. If you look at what transpired here and why we sold off, we simply hit on SPX, a beautiful upsloping resistance trend line on the daily chart. So that's one of the main reasons why the market sold off here and saw a bit of distribution. So a pretty, bad close here on the markets, but still a very solid overall session despite the late selling in the afternoon profit taking. The S&P has broken out. So we could actually see a potential 3-bar surge here on the daily chart of SPX. Imagine we did that right into all-time highs. QQQ, NDX obviously look much, much stronger. They're very close to their all-time highs, though they are trading into a bit of resistance here. Double top. We should try to get through that zone. On that note, thank you all for tuning into the live stream. Amazing trading in the morning session. We caught quite a few different trades to rack it up. But nevertheless, I appreciate all your support, and we will see you on the charts a little bit later. Let's just see if, what time is FedEx earnings out? Let me look here on my other screen. Thank you, guys. There's also BlackBerry earnings, but that's nothing that really anyone cares about anymore. Where is FedEx? Did they get their numbers out already? Oh, it should be right at 4. Earnings estimate is $5.82 a share. Come on, FTX. Give us a print to the high side. FedEx chart is looking very bullish on the daily, trying to break out, but earnings can change things drastically. We'll see if, we'll certainly see what happens here. Is this a big liquidity trap? here. It's getting a little bit of bullish price action. Come on, pop it. Really hoping they pop this thing. They push FedEx. Ooh, there's a nasty down candle. That's nasty on FedEx. FedEx dropping here. Yikes, that is nasty. Let's see if they want to perk it back up, but so far FedEx dropping here. Come on, spike it back up. Liquidity sweep down, back up, but so far FedEx is down about $4 here in the after hours. Waiting to see what they print on earnings. All right, they're trying to get back up. All right, so it's a double beat for FedEx. We are starting to print back to the high side. Come on, FedEx. We are up a few dollars. Let's go. Come on, keep building this momentum, guys, on FedEx. I would love to see it. Come on, keep it positive. Again, we're writing 240 calls in the July 25th expiration date as well as September 19th expiration date. Come on, keep it going. Don't fall. So FedEx dipping slightly, quite volatile here in the after hours. Spike down, spike up. We're seeing it trying to settle down here as people digest the earnings. Come on, take us to the promised land. So forward guidance is in line, which is good. There's no weak guidance there. So no real surprises for the market, which I would expect that the earnings reaction should be positive. So we are starting to see market participants digest it a little bit. Come on, keep it steady. Keep it steady, FedEx. Don't drive off of a cliff. Don't drive off of a cliff, FedEx. We need you to maintain bullish structure. Don't wreck the daily chart breakout with the bad earnings, but the earnings, so far it's in line. Nothing too horrible. Press conference could maybe change things, but I would give it the benefit of the doubt since it is trying to move up. Again, 240 calls, two different expiration dates, July 25th, September 19th. We're up on the July and the Septembers at this current juncture. Obviously, if we knife down, can change things drastically. But FedEx right now down by about $4 in the after hours. What else is going on? All right, I think I'm going to wrap up this stream here. Nothing else to report on, but thank you all for tuning in. We will see you on the charts a little bit later, guys. Cheers, everyone.